Book 4th, Sanctus Januarius. Thou, who with cleaving fiery lances the stream of my soul from its ice dost free, till with a rush and roar it advances to enter with glorious hoping the sea, the brighter to see and purer ever, free in the bonds of thy sweet constraint, so it praises thy wondrous endeavour, January, thou beauteous saint. Genoa, January 1882. 276. For the New Year. I still live, I still think, I must still live, for I must still think. Sum ergo cogito, cogito ergo sum. Today everyone takes the liberty of expressing his wish and his favourite thought. Well, I also mean to tell what I have wished for myself today, and what thought first crossed my mind this year, a thought which ought to be the basis, the pledge and the sweetening of all my future life. I want more and more to perceive the necessary characters in things as beautiful. I shall thus be one of those who beautify things. Amor fati, let that henceforth be my love. I do not want to wage war with the ugly. I do not want to accuse. I do not even want to accuse the accusers. Looking aside, let that be my sole negation. And, all in all, to sum up, I wish to be at any time thereafter only a yea-sayer. 277. Personal Providence. There is a certain climax in life at which, notwithstanding our freedom, and however much we may have denied all directing reason and goodness in the beautiful chaos of existence, we are once more in great danger of intellectual bondage, and have to face our hardest test. But now the thought of a personal providence first presents itself before us with its most persuasive force, and has the best of advocates, apparentness, in its favour. Now, when it is obvious that all and everything that happens to us always turns out for the best, the life of every day and every hour seems to be anxious for nothing else but always to prove this proposition anew, let it be what it will, bad or good weather. The loss of a friend, a sickness, a calumny, the non-receipt of a letter, the spraining of one's foot, a glance into a shop window, a counter-argument, an opening of a book, a dream, a deception. It shows itself immediately or very soon afterwards as something, quote, not permitted to be absent, unquote. It is full of profound significance and utility precisely for us. Is there a more dangerous temptation to rid ourselves of the belief in the gods of Epicurus, those careless unknown gods, and believe in some anxious and mean divinity, who knows personally every little hair on our heads, and feels no disgust in rendering the most wretched services? Well, I mean in spite of all this, we want to leave the gods alone, (paren), and the serviceable genii likewise, (paren), and wish to content ourselves with the assumption that our own practical and theoretical skilfulness in explaining and suitably arranging events has now reached its highest point. We do not want to think too highly of this dexterity of our wisdom, when the wondrous harmony which results from playing on our instrument sometimes surprises us too much, a harmony which sounds too well for us to dare to ascribe it to ourselves. In fact, now and then there is one who plays with us, beloved Chance. He leads our hand occasionally, and even the all-wise Providence could not devise any finer music than that of which our foolish hand is then capable. 278. The Thought of Death. It gives me a melancholy happiness to live in the midst of this confusion of streets, of necessities, of voices. How much enjoyment, impatience and desire, how much thirsty life and drunkenness of life comes to light here every moment! And yet it would soon be so still for all those shouting, lively, life-loving people! How everyone's shadow, his gloomy travelling companion, stands behind him! It is always as in the last moment before the departure of an emigrant ship. People have more than ever to say to one another, the hour presses. The ocean, with its lonely silence, waits impatiently behind all the noise, so greedily, so certain of its prey. And all suppose that the past has been nothing, or a small matter, that the near future is everything. Hence this haste, this crying, this self-deafening and self-overreaching. Everyone wants to be foremost in this future. And yet death and the stillness of death are the only things certain and common to all in this future. How strange that this sole thing that is certain and common to all exercises almost no influence on men, and that they are the furthest from regarding themselves as the brotherhood of death. It makes me happy to see that men do not want to think at all of the idea of death. I would fain do something to make the idea of life even 100 times more worthy of their attention. 279. Stellar Friendship. We are friends, and have become strangers to each other, but this is as it ought to be. We do not want either to conceal or obscure the fact, as if we had to be ashamed of it. We are two ships, each of which has its goal and its course. We may, to be sure, cross one another in our paths, and celebrate a feast together as we did before, and then the gallant ships lay quietly in one harbour and in one sunshine, so that it may have been thought they were already at their goal, and that they had one goal. But then the almighty strength of our tasks forced us apart once more into different seas and into different zones, and perhaps we shall never see one another again, or perhaps we may see one another, but know not one another again. The different seas and suns have altered us. That we had to become strangers to one another is the law to which we are subject. Just by that shall we become more sacred to one another. Just by that the thought of our former friendship become holier. There is probably some immense, indivisible curve and stellar orbit in which our courses and goals, so widely different, may be comprehended as small stages of the way. Let us raise ourselves to this thought. But our life is too short, and our power of vision too limited for us to be more than friends in the sense of that sublime possibility. And so we shall believe in our stellar friendship, though we should have to be terrestrial enemies to one another. 280. Architecture for Thinkers. An insight is needed, and that probably very soon, as to what is specifically lacking in our great cities, namely, quiet, spacious, and widely extended places for reflection, places with long, lofty colonnades for bad weather, or for 2 sunny days, where no noise of waggons or of shouters would penetrate, and where a more refined propriety would prohibit loud braying even to the priests. buildings and situations which, as a whole, would express the sublimity of self-communion and seclusion from the world. The time is past when the Church possessed the monopoly of reflection, when the vita contemplativa had always the first place to be the vita religiosa, and everything that the Church has built expressed this thought. I know not how we could content ourselves with their structures, even if they were so divested of their ecclesiastical purposes. These structures speak a far too pathetic and too biased speech. As the house of God and places of splendour for supernatural intercourse, for us godless ones to be able to think our thoughts in them. We want to have ourselves translated into stone and plant. We want to go for a walk in ourselves when we wander in these halls and gardens. 281. Knowing how to find the end. Masters of the first rank are recognized by knowing in a perfect manner how to find the end, in the whole as well as in the part, be it the end of a melody or of a thought, be it the fifth act of a tragedy or of a state affair. The masters of a second degree always become restless towards the end, and seldom dip down into the sea with a proud, quiet equilibrium as, for example, the mountain ridge at Portofino, where the Bay of Genoa sings its melody to an end. 282. The Gate. There are mannerisms of the intellect by which even great minds betray that they originate from the populace, or from the semi-populace. It is principally the gait and steps of their thoughts which betray them. They cannot walk. It is thus that even Napoleon, to his profound chagrin, could not walk "legitimately," and in a princely fashion on occasions when it was necessary to do so properly, as in great coronation processions, or on similar occasions. Even there he was always just the leader of the column, proud and brusque at the same time, and very self-conscious of it all. It is somewhat laughable to see those writers who make the folding of robes of their periods rustle around them. They want to cover their feet. 283. Pioneers. I greet all the signs indicating that a more manly and warlike age is commencing, which will, above all, bring heroism again into honour, for it has to prepare the way for a yet higher age, and gather the force which the latter will one day require, the age which will carry heroism into knowledge, and wage war for the sake of ideas and consequences. For that end many brave pioneers are now needed, who, however, cannot originate out of nothing, and just as little out of the sand and slime of present-day civilization, and the culture of great cities. Men silent, solitary and resolute, who know how to be contented and persistent in invisible activity. Men who with innate disposition seek all things that which is to be overcome in them. Men to whom cheerfulness, patience, simplicity, and contempt for the great vanities belong just as much as do magnanimity in victory and indulgence to the trivial vanities of all the vanquished. Men with an acute and independent judgment regarding all victors, and concerning the part which chance has played in the winning of victory and fame. Men with their own holidays, their own work-days, and their own periods of mourning, accustomed to command with perfect assurance, and equally ready, if need be, to obey, proud in the one case as in the other, equally serving their own interests, men more imperilled, more productive, more happy. For believe me, the secret of realizing the largest productivity and the greatest enjoyment of existence is to live in danger. Build your cities on the slopes of Vesuvius, send your ships into unexplored seas, live in war with your equals and be yourselves. Be robbers and spoilers, ye knowing ones, as long as ye cannot be rulers and possessors. The time will soon pass when you can be satisfied to live like timorous deer concealed in the forests. Knowledge will finally stretch out her hand for that which belongs to her. She means to rule and possess, and you with her. 284. Belief in oneself. In general, few men have belief in themselves, and those few some are endowed with it as a useful blindness or partial obscuration of intellect. What would they perceive if they could see to the bottom of themselves? The others must first acquire the belief for themselves. Everything good, clever or great that they do is first of all an argument against the sceptic that dwells in them. The question is how to convince or persuade this sceptic, and for that purpose genius almost is needed. They are singly dissatisfied with themselves. 285. Excelsior. Quote, Thou wilt never more pray, never more worship, never more repose in infinite trust. Thou refusest to stand still and dismiss thy thoughts before an ultimate wisdom, an ultimate virtue, an ultimate power. Thou hast no constant guardian and friend in thy seven solitudes. Thou livest without the outlook on a mountain that has snow on its head and fire in its heart. There is no longer any requiter for thee, nor any amender with his finishing touch. There is no longer any reason in which that which happens, or any love in that which will happen to thee. There is no longer any resting place for thy weary heart, where it has only to find and no longer to seek. Thou art opposed to any kind of ultimate peace. Thou desirest the eternal recurrence of war and peace. Man of renunciation, wilt thou renounce in all these things? Who will give thee the strength to do so? No one has yet this strength. End quote. There is a lake which one day refused to flow away, and threw up a dam at the place where it had hitherto flowed away. Since then this lake has always risen higher and higher. Perhaps the very renunciation will also furnish us with the strength for which the renunciation itself can be borne. Perhaps man will ever rise higher and higher from that point onward, when he no longer flows out into a god. 286. A digression. Here are hopes. But what will you see and hear of them, if you have not experienced glance and glow and dawn of day in thy own souls? I can only suggest, I can do no more. To move the stones, to make animals men. Wilt you have me do that? Alas, if you are yet stones and animals, seek first your Orpheus. 287. Love of blindness. My thoughts, said the wanderer to his shadow, ought to show me where I stand, but they should not betray to me whither I go. I love ignorance of the future, and I do not want to come to grief by impatience and anticipatory tastings of promised things. 288. Lofty moods. It seems to me that most men do not believe in lofty moods, unless it be for the moment, or at most for a quarter of an hour, except the few who know by experience a long duration of high feeling. But to be absolutely a man with a single lofty feeling, the incarnation of a single lofty mood, that has hitherto been only a dream and an enchanted possibility. History does not give us any untrustworthy example of it. Nevertheless, it could some day produce such men also, when a multitude of favourable conditions have been created and established, which at present even the happiest chance is unable to throw together. Perhaps that very state which has hitherto entered into our soul as an exception, felt with horror now and then, may be the usual condition of those future souls, a continuous movement between high and low, and the feeling of high and low, the constant state of mounting as on steps, and at the same time reposing as on clouds. 289. Aboard ship. When one considers how a full philosophical justification of his mode of living and thinking operates on every individual, namely, as a warming, blessing, and fructifying sun, especially shining on him, how it makes him independent of praise and blame, self-sufficient, rich, and generous in bestowing of happiness and kindness, how it unceasingly transforms the evil into good, and brings all the energies into bloom and maturity, and altogether hinders the growth of the greater and lesser weeds of chagrin and discontent. One at last cries out inopportunely, "Oh, that many such new suns were created!" The evil man, also, the unfortunate man, and the exceptional man, shall each have his philosophy, his rights, and his sunshine. It is not sympathy with them that is necessary. One must unlearn this arrogant fancy, notwithstanding that humanity has so long learned it and used it exclusively. We have not to set up any confessor, exorcist, or pardoner for them. It is a new justice, however, that is necessary, and a new solution, and new philosophers. The moral earth also is round. The moral earth also has its antipodes. The antipodes also have their right to exist. There is still another world to discover, and more than one. Aboard ship, ye philosophers. 290. One thing is needful. To, "give style," to one's character. That is a grand and a rare art. He who surveys all that his nature presents in its strength and in its weakness, and then fashions it into an ingenious plan until everything appears artistic and rational, and even the weaknesses enchant the eye, exercises that admirable art. Here there has been a great amount of second nature added, there a portion of first nature has been taken away. In both cases, with long exercise and daily labour at the task, here the ugly, which does not permit of being taken away, has been concealed. There it has been reinterpreted into the sublime. Much of the vague, which refuses to take form, has been reserved and utilised for the perspectives. It is meant to give a hint of the remotest and immeasurable. In the end, when the work has been completed, it is revealed how it was the constraint of the same taste that organised and fashioned it in whole and in part. Whether the taste was good or bad is of less importance than one thinks. It is sufficient that it was a taste. It will be the strong imperious natures which experience their most refined joy in such constraint, in such confinement and perfection under their own law, the passion of their violent volition lessens at the sight of all disciplined nature, all conquered and ministering nature. Even when they have palaces to build and gardens to lay out, it is not to their taste to allow nature to be free. It is the reverse with weak characters who have not power over themselves, and hate the restriction of style. They feel that if this repugnant constraint were laid upon them, they would necessarily become vulgarised under it. They become slaves as soon as they serve. They hate service. Such intellects, they may be intellects of the first rank, are always concerned with fashioning and interpreting themselves and surroundings as free nature, wild, arbitrary, fantastic, confused and surprising. And it is well for them to do so, because only in this manner can they please themselves. For one thing is needful, namely, that man should attain to satisfaction with himself, be it but through this or that fable or artifice. It is only then that man's aspect is at all endurable. He who is dissatisfied with himself is ever ready to avenge himself on that account. We others will be his victims, if only in having always to endure his ugly aspect. For the aspect of the ugly makes one mean and sad. 291. Genoa. I have looked upon this city, its villas and pleasure grounds, and the wide circuit of its inhabited heights and slopes for a considerable time. In the end I must say that I see countenances out of past generations. This district is strewn with the images of bold and autocratic men. They have lived, and have wanted to live on. They say so with their houses, built and decorated for centuries, and not for the passing hour. They were well disposed to life, however ill-disposed they may often have been towards themselves. I always see the builder, how he casts his eye on all that is built around him far and near, and likewise on the city, the sea, and the chain of mountains. How he expressed power and conquest with his gaze, all this he wished to fit into his plan, and in the end make it his property, by its becoming a portion of the same. The whole district is overgrown with the superb, insatiable egotism for the desire to possess and exploit, and these men when abroad recognised no frontiers, and in their thirst for the new placed a new world beside the old. So also at home everything rose up against everyone else, and devised some mode of expressing his superiority, and of placing between himself and his neighbour his personal illimitableness. Every one won for himself his home once more by overpowering it with his architectural thoughts, and by transforming it into a delightful sight for his race. When we consider the modes of building cities in the north, the law and the general delight in legality and obedience imposed upon us, we thereby divine the propensity to equality and submission which must have ruled in those builders. Here, however, on turning every corner you find a man by himself who knows the sea, knows adventure, and knows the Orient, a man who is averse to law and to neighbour, as if it bored him to have to do with them, a man who scans all that is already old and established with envious glances. With a wonderful craftiness of fantasy, he would like, at least in thought, to establish this anew, to lay his hand upon it, and introduce his meaning into it, if only for the passing hour of a sunny afternoon, when for once his insatiable and melancholy soul feels satiety, and when only what is his own, and nothing strange, may show itself to his eye. 292. To the Preachers of Morality. I do not mean to moralize, but to those who do, I would give this advice. If you mean ultimately to deprive the best things and the best conditions of all honour and worth, continue to speak of them in the same way as heretofore. Put them at the head of your morality, and speak from morning till night of the happiness of virtue, of repose of the soul, of righteousness, and of reward and punishment in the nature of things. According as you go on in this manner, all these good things will finally acquire a popularity and a street cry for themselves. But then all gold on them will also be worn off, and more besides, all the gold in them will have changed into lead. Truly, you understand the reverse art of alchemy, the depreciating of the most valuable things. Try for once another recipe, in order not to realize as hitherto the opposite of what you mean to attain. Deny those good things, withdraw from them the applause of the populace and discourage spreading of them. Make them once more the concealed chastity of solitary souls, and say, morality is something forbidden. Perhaps you will thus win over for those things the sort of men who are only of any account. I mean the heroic. But then there must be something formidable in them, and not as hitherto something disgusting. Might one not be inclined to say at present, with reference to morality, what Master Eckhart says, I pray to God to deliver me from God. 293. Our Atmosphere. We know it well, in him who only casts a glance now and then at science, as when taking a walk, in the manner of women, and alas, also many artists, the strictness in its service, its inexorability, in small matters as well as in great, the rapacity in weighing, judging, and condemning, producing something of a feeling of giddiness and fright. It is especially terrifying to him that the hardest is here demanded, that the best is done without the reward of praise or distinction. It is rather as among soldiers. Almost nothing but blame and sharp reprimand is heard. For doing well prevails here as the rule, doing ill as the exception. The rule, however, has here, as everywhere, a silent tongue. It is the same with this severity of science, as with the manners and politeness of the best society. It frightens the uninitiated. He, however, who is accustomed to it, does not like to live anywhere but in this clear, transparent, powerful, and highly electrified atmosphere, this manly atmosphere. Anywhere else it is not pure and airy enough for him. He suspects that there his best art would neither be properly advantageous to anyone else, nor a delight to himself, that through misunderstandings half his life would slip through his fingers, that much foresight, much concealment and reticence would constantly be necessary. Nothing but great and useless losses of power. In this keen and clear element, however, he has his entire power. Here he can fly. Why should he again go down to these muddy waters, where he has to swim and wade and soil his wings? No, there it is too hard for us to live. We cannot help it that we are born for the atmosphere, the pure atmosphere, we rivals of the ray of light, and that we should like best to ride it on the atoms of ether, not away from the sun, but towards the sun. That, however, we cannot do. So we want to do the only thing that is in our power, namely to bring light to the earth. We want to be, "the light of the earth." and for that purpose we have our wings, and our swiftness, and our severity. On that account we are manly, and even terrible like the fire. Let those fear us who do not know how to warm and brighten themselves by our influence. 294. Against the disparagers of nature. They are disagreeable to me, those men in whom every natural inclination forthwith becomes a disease, something disfiguring or even disgraceful. They have seduced us to the opinion that the inclinations and impulses of men are evil. They are the cause of our great injustice to our own nature and to all nature. There are enough of men who may yield to their impulses gracefully and carelessly, but they do not do so for fear of that imaginary "evil thing" in nature. That is the cause why there is so little nobility to be found among men, the inclination of which will always be to have no fear of oneself, to expect nothing disgraceful from oneself, to fly without hesitation whithersoever we are impelled, we free-born birds. Wherever we come, there will always be freedom and sunshine around us. 295. Short-lived habits. I love short-lived habits, and regard them as an invaluable means for getting a knowledge of many things and various conditions, to the very bottom of their sweetness and bitterness. My nature is altogether arranged for short-lived habits, even in the needs of its bodily health, and in general, as far as I can see, from the lowest up to the highest matters. I always think that this will at last satisfy me permanently. The short-lived habit has also the characteristic belief of passion, and belief in everlasting duration. I am to be envied for having found it and recognized it, and then it nourishes me at noon and at eve, and spreads a profound satisfaction around me and in me, so that I have no longing for anything else, not needing to compare or despise or hate. But one day the habit has had its time, the good thing separates from me, not as something which then inspires disgust in me, but peaceably, and as though satisfied with me, as I am with it, as if we had to be mutually thankful, and thus shook hands for farewell. And already the new habit waits at the door, and similarly also my belief, indestructible fool and sage that I am, that this new habit will be the right one, the ultimate right one, so that it is with me as regards to foods, thoughts, men, cities, poems, music, doctrines, arrangements of the day, and modes of life. On the other hand, I hate permanent habits, and feel as if a tyranny had come into my neighbourhood, as if my life's breath condensed, when events take such a form that permanent habits seem necessary to grow out of them, for example, through an official position, through constant companion with the same persons, through a settled abode, or a uniform state of health. Indeed, from the bottom of my soul I am gratefully disposed to all my misery and sickness, and to whatever is imperfect in me, because such things leave me 100 back doors through which I can escape from permanent habits. The most unendurable thing, to be sure, the really terrible thing would be life without habits, a life which continually required improvisation. That would be my banishment and my Siberia. 296. A fixed reputation. A fixed reputation was formerly a matter of the very greatest utility, and wherever society continues to be ruled by the herd instinct, it is still the most suitable for every individual to give to his character and business the appearance of unalterableness, even when they are not so in reality. Quote, "One can rely on him, he remains the same." Unquote. That is the praise which has most significance in all dangerous conditions of society. Society feels with satisfaction that it has a reliable tool ready at all times in the virtue of this one, in the ambition of that one, and in the reflection and passion of a third one. It honours this tool-like nature, this self-constancy, this unchangeableness in opinions, efforts, and even in faults, with the highest honours. Such a valuation, which prevails and has prevailed everywhere simultaneously with the morality of custom, educates "characters" and brings all changing, relearning and self-transformation into disrepute. Be the advantage of this mode of thinking ever so great otherwise, it is in any case the mode of judging which is the most injurious to knowledge. For precisely the goodwill of the knowing one ever to declare himself unhesitatingly as opposed to his former opinions, and in general to be distrustful of all that wants to be fixed in him, is here condemned and brought into disrepute. The disposition of the thinker, as incompatible with a "fixed reputation," is regarded as dishonourable, while the petrification of opinions has all the honour to itself. We have at present still to live under the interdict of such rules. How difficult it is to live here when one feels that the judgment of many millenniums is around one and against one. It is probable that for many millenniums knowledge was affected with a bad conscience, and there must have been much self-contempt and secret misery in the history of the greatest intellects. 297. Ability to contradict. Everyone knows at present that the ability to endure contradiction is a high indication of culture. Some people even know that the higher man courts opposition, and provokes it, so as to get a cue to his hitherto unknown partiality. But the ability to contradict, the attainment of good conscience in hostility to the accustomed, the traditional and the hallowed, that is more than both the above-named abilities, and is the really great, new, and astonishing thing in our culture, the step of all steps of the emancipated intellect. Who knows that? 298. A sigh. I caught this notion on the way, and rapidly took the readiest poor words to hold it fast, so that it might not again fly away. And now it has died in these dry words, and hangs and flaps about in them, and now I hardly know when I look upon it how I could have had such happiness when I caught this bird. 299. What one should learn from artists. What means have we for making things beautiful, attractive and desirable when they are not so? And I suppose that they are never so in themselves. We have here something to learn from physicians, when, for example, they dilute what is bitter, or put wine and sugar into their mixing bowl. But we have still more to learn from artists, who in fact are continually concerned in devising such inventions and artifices. To withdraw from things until one no longer sees much of them, until one has even to see things into them, in order to see them at all, or to view them from the side and as in a frame, or to place them so they partly disguise themselves, and only permit of perspective views, or to look at them through coloured glass, or in the light of the sunset, or to furnish them with a surface or skin which is not fully transparent. We should learn all this from artists, and moreover be wiser than they, for this fine power of theirs usually ceases with them when art ceases and life begins. We, however, want to be the poets of our life, and first of all in the smallest and most commonplace matters. 300. Prelude to Science. Do you believe, then, that the sciences would have arisen and grown up if the sorcerers, alchemists, astrologers, and witches had not been their forerunners? Those who, with their promising and foreshadowing, had first to create a thirst, a hunger, and a taste for hidden and forbidden powers? Yea, that infinitely more had to be promised than could ever be fulfilled, in order that something might be fulfilled in the domain of knowledge. Perhaps the whole of religion also may appear to some distant age as an exercise and a prelude, in the manner as the prelude and preparation of science here exhibit themselves, though not at all practised and regarded as such. Perhaps religion may have been peculiar means for enabling individual men to enjoy but once the entire self-satisfaction of a God, and all his self-redeeming power. Indeed, one might ask, would man have learned at all to get on the tracks of hunger and thirst for himself, and to extract satiety and fullness out of himself, without that religious schooling and preliminary history? Had Prometheus first had to fancy that he had stolen the light, and he did penance for the theft, in order finally to discover that he had created the light, in that he had longed for the light, and that not only man but also God had been the work of his hand and the clay of his hands, all mere creations of the Creator, just an illusion, the theft, the Caucasus, the vulture, and the whole tragic Promethea of all thinkers? 301. Illusion of the Contemplative. Higher men are distinguished from lower by seeing and hearing immensely more, and in a thoughtful manner. And it is precisely this that distinguishes men from the animal, and the higher animal from the lower. The world always becomes fuller for him who grows up to the full stature of humanity. There are always more interesting fishing hooks thrown out to him. The number of his stimuli is continually on the increase, and similarly the varieties of his pleasure and pain. The higher man becomes always at the same time happier and unhappier. An illusion, however, is his constant accompaniment all along. He thinks he is placed as a spectator and auditor before the great pantomime and concert of life. He calls his nature a contemplative nature, and thereby overlooks the fact that he himself is also a real creator and continuous poet of life, that he no doubt differs greatly from the actor in this drama, the so-called practical man, but differs still more from the mere onlooker or spectator before the stage. There is a certain vis contemplativa and re-examination of his work peculiar to him as poet, but at the same time, and first and foremost, he has the vis creativa which the practical man or doer lacks, whatever appearance and current belief may say to the contrary. It is we who think and feel, that actually and unceasingly make something which does not yet exist. The whole eternally increasing world of valuations, colours, weights, perspectives, gradations, affirmations and negations. This composition of ours is continually learnt, practised, and translated into flesh and actuality, and even into the commonplace, by the so-called practical man, paren, our actors, as we have said, end paren. Whatever has value in the present world has not it by itself, by its nature. Nature is always worthless, but a value was once given to it, bestowed upon it, and it was we who gave and bestowed. We only created the world which is of any account to man. But it is precisely this knowledge that we lack, and when we have gotten it for a moment, we have forgotten it the next. We misunderstood our highest power, we contemplative men, and estimate ourselves at too low a rate. We are neither as proud or as happy as we might be. 302. The danger of the happiest ones. To have fine senses and a fine taste, to be accustomed to the select and the intellectually best as our proper and readiest fare, to be blessed with a strong, bold, and daring soul, to go through life with a quiet eye and a firm step, ever ready for the worst as a festival, and full of longing for the undiscovered worlds and seas, men and gods, to listen to all joyous music, as if there were perhaps brave men, soldiers and seafarers, took a brief repose and enjoyment, and in the profoundest pleasure of the moment were overcome with tears and the whole purple melancholy of happiness. Who would not like all this to be his possession, his condition? It was the happiness of Homer, the condition of him who invented the gods of the Greeks, nay, who invented his gods for himself. But let us not conceal the fact that with this happiness of Homer in one's soul, one is more liable to suffer than any other creature under the sun. And only at this price do we purchase the most precious pearl that the waves of existence have hitherto washed ashore. As its possessor, one always becomes more sensitive to pain, and at last too sensitive. A little displeasure and loathing sufficed in the end to make Homer disgusted with life. He was unable to solve a foolish little riddle, which some young fishers proposed to him. Yes, the little riddles are the dangers of the happiest ones. 303. Two happy ones. Certainly this man, notwithstanding his youth, understands the improvisations of life, and astonishes even the acutest observers. For it seems that he never makes a mistake, although he constantly plays the most hazardous games. One is reminded of the improvising masters of the musical art, to whom even the listeners would fain ascribe a divine infallibility of the hand, notwithstanding that they now and then make a mistake, as every mortal is liable to do. But they are skilled and inventive, and always ready in a moment to arrange into the structure of the score the most accidental tone, paren, where the jerk of a finger or a humour brings it about, end paren, and to animate the accident with a fine meaning and a soul. Here is quite a different man. Everything that he intends and plans fails with him in the long run. That on which he has now and again set his heart has already brought him several times to the abyss, and to the very verge of ruin. And if he has not yet got out of the scrape, it certainly has not been merely with a "black eye." Do you think he is unhappy over it? He resolved long ago not to regard his own wishes and plans as of so much importance. If this does not succeed with me, he says to himself, perhaps that will succeed. And, on the whole, I do not know but that I am under more obligation to thank my failures than any of my successes. Am I made to be headstrong
and to wear the bull's horns? That which constitutes the worth and the sum of life, for me, lies somewhere else. I know more of life, because I have been so often on the point of losing it, and on that account I have more of life than any of you. 304. In doing we leave undone. In the main, all those moral systems are distasteful to me which say, quote, "Do not do this, renounce, overcome thyself." End quote. On the other hand, I am favourable to those moral systems which stimulate me to do something, and to do it again from morning until evening, and dream of it at night, and think of nothing else, but to do it well as is possible for me alone. For him who so lives, there falls off one after the other the things that do not pertain to such a life, without hatred or antipathy. He sees this take leave of him to-day, and that to-morrow, like the yellow leaves which ever livelier breeze strips from the tree. Or he does not see at all that they take leave of him, so firmly is his eye fixed upon his goal, and generally forward, not sideways, backwards, or downwards. Quote, "Our doing must determine that which we leave undone, in that we do, we leave undone." End quote. So it pleases me, so runs my placitum. But I do not wish to strive with open eyes for my impoverishment. I do not like any of the negative virtues, whose very essence is negation or self-renunciation. 305. Self-control. Those moral teachers who first and foremost order men to get himself into his own power, induce thereby a curious infirmity in him, namely, a constant sensitiveness with reference to all natural strivings and inclinations, and as it were a sort of itching. Whatever may henceforth drive him, draw him, allure or impel him, whether internally or externally, it always seems to this sensitive being as if his self-control were in danger. He is no longer at liberty to trust himself to any instinct, to any free flight, but stands constantly with defensive mien, armed against himself, with sharp distrustful eye, the eternal watcher of his stronghold, to which office he has appointed himself. Yes, he can be great in that position, but how unendurable he has now become to others, how difficult even for himself to bear, how impoverished and cut off from the finest accidents of his soul, yea, even from all further instruction! For we must be able to lose ourselves at times, if we want to learn something of what we have not in ourselves. 306. Stoic and Epicurean. The Epicurean selects the situations, the persons, and even the events which suit his extremely sensitive intellectual constitution. He renounces the rest, that is to say, by far the greater part of experience, because it would be too strong and too heavy fare for him. The Stoic, on the contrary, accustoms himself to swallow stones and vermin, glass splinters and scorpions, without feeling any disgust. His stomach is meant to become indifferent in the end to all that the accidents of existence cast at it. He reminds one of the Arabic sect of the Asaura, with which the French became acquainted in Algiers, and like those insensible persons, he also likes well to have an invited public at the exhibition of his insensibility. the very thing the Epicurean willingly dispenses with. He has of course his "garden." Stoicism may well be advisable for men with whom fate improvises, for those who live in violent times and are dependent on abrupt and changeable individuals. He, however, who anticipates that fate will permit him to spin "a long thread" does well to make his arrangements in Epicurean fashion. All men devoted to intellectual labour have done it hitherto, for it would be a supreme loss to him to forfeit their fine sensibility and acquire the hard, stoical hide with hedgehog prickles in exchange. 307. In favour of criticism. Something now appears to thee as an error, which thou formerly lovest as a truth or as a probability. Thou pushest it from thee, and imagine that thy reason has there gained a victory. But perhaps that error was then, when thou wast still another person. Thou art always another person, just as necessary to thee as all thy present "truths," like a skin, as it were concealed and veiled from thee much which thou still mayest not see. Thy new life, and not thy reason, has slain that opinion for thee. Thou dost not require it any longer, and now it breaks down of its own accord, and the irrationality crawls out of it like a worm into the light. When we make use of criticism, it is not something arbitrary and impersonal. It is, at least very often, a proof that there are livelier, active forces in us which cast a skin. We deny, and must deny, because something in us wants to live and affirm itself, something which we perhaps do not as yet know, do not as yet see. So much in favour of criticism. 308. The history of each day. What is it that constitutes the history of each day for thee? Look at thy habits, of which it consists. Are they the product of numberless little acts of cowardice and laziness, or of thy bravery and inventive reason? Although the two cases are so different, it is possible that men might bestow the same praise upon thee, and that thou mightest also be equally useful to them in the one case as in the other. But praising and utility and respectability may suffice for him whose only desire is to have a good conscience. Not, however, for thee, the "trier of the reins," who hast a consciousness of the conscience. 309. Out of the seventh solitude. One day the wanderer shut a door behind him, stood still and wept, and then said, "Oh, this inclination and impulse towards the true, the real, the non-apparent, the certain, how I detest it! Why does this gloomy, passionate taskmaster follow just me? I should like to rest, but it does not permit me to do so. Are there not a host of things seducing me to tarry? Everywhere there are gardens of Amida for me, and therefore there will be always fresh separations and fresh bitterness of heart. I set my foot forwards, my weary wounded foot, because I feel I must do this. I often cast grim glances back at the most beautiful things which could not detain me, because they could not detain me." 310. Will and wave. How eagerly this wave comes hither, as if it were a question of its reaching something! How it creeps with frightful haste into the inmost corners of the rocky cliff! It seems that it wants to forestall someone. It seems that something is concealed there that has value, high value. And now it retreats somewhat more slowly, still quite white with excitement. Is it disappointed? Has it found what it sought? Does it merely pretend to be disappointed? But already another wave approaches, still more eagerly and wild than the first, and its soul also seems to be full of secrets and of longing for treasure-seeking. Thus live the waves, thus live we who exercise will. I do not say more. But what? Ye distrust me? Ye are angry at me, ye beautiful monsters. Do ye fear that I will quite betray your secret? Well, just be angry with me. Raise your green, dangerous bodies as high as ye can. Make a wall between me and the sun, as a present. Verily, there is now nothing more left of the world save green twilight and green lightning flashes. Do as ye will, ye wanton creatures, roar with delight and wickedness, or dive under again, pour your emeralds down into the depths, and cast your endless white tresses of foam and spray over them. It is all the same to me, for all is so well with you, and I am so pleased with you for it all. How could I betray you? For, take this to heart, I know you and your secret, I know your race. You and I are indeed of one race. You and I have indeed one secret. 311. Broken lights. We are not always brave, and when we are weary, people of our stamp are liable to lament occasionally in this wise. Quote, "It is so hard to cause pain to men. Oh, that it should be necessary! What good is it to live concealed, when we do not want to keep ourselves that which causes vexation? Would it not be more advisable to live in the madding crowd, and compensate individuals for sins that are committed and must be committed against mankind in general? Foolish with fools, vain with the vain, enthusiastic with the enthusiasts? Would that not be reasonable when there is such an inordinate amount of divergence in the main? When I hear of the malignity of others against me, is not my first feeling that of satisfaction? It is well that it should be so. I seem to myself to say to them, I am so little in harmony with you, and have so much truth on my side. See henceforth that ye be merry at my expense as often as ye can. Here are my defects and mistakes. Here are my illusions, my bad taste, my confusion, my tears, my vanity, my owlish concealment, my contradictions. Here you have something to laugh at. Laugh then, and enjoy yourselves. I am not adverse to the law and nature of things, which is that defects and errors should give pleasure. To be sure, there were once more glorious times, when as soon as any one got an idea, however moderately new it might be, he would think himself so indispensable as to go out into the street with it and call to everybody, "Behold, the kingdom of heaven is at hand." I should not miss myself if I were a-wanting. We are none of us indispensable. As we have said, however, we do not think thus when we are brave. We do not think about it at all. 312. My dog. I have given a name to my suffering, and I call it, dog, It is just as faithful, just as inopportune and shameless, just as entertaining, just as wise as any other dog. I can domineer over it, I can vent my bad humour over it, as others do with their dogs, servants, and wives. End of Book 4th, Sanctus Januarius, Part 1. 313. No Picture of a Martyr. I will take my cue from Raphael, and not paint any more martyr pictures. There are enough of sublime things, without being it necessary to seek sublimity where it is linked with cruelty. Moreover, my ambition was not to be gratified in the least if I aspire to be a sublime executioner. 314. New domestic animals. I want to have my lion and my eagle about me, that I may always have hints and premonitions concerning the amount of my strength or weakness. Must I look down on them to-day and be afraid of them? And will the hour come once more when they will look up to me and tremble? 315. The Last Hour. Storms are my danger. Shall I have my storm in which I shall perish, just as Oliver Cromwell perished in his storm? Or shall I go out as a light does, not first blown out by the wind, but grown tired and weary of itself, a burnt-out light? Or finally, shall I blow myself out, so as not to burn out? 316. Prophetic Men. Ye cannot divine how sorely prophetic men suffer. Ye think only that a fine "gift" has been given to them, and would fain have it yourselves. But I will express my meaning by a simile. How much may not the animals suffer from the electricity of the atmosphere and the clouds? Some of them, as we see, have a prophetic faculty with regard to weather. For example, the apes, as one can observe very well even in Europe, and not only in menageries, but at Gibraltar, But it never occurs to us that it is their sufferings that are their profits. When strong positive electricity, under the influence of an approaching cloud not at all visible, is suddenly converted into negative electricity, and the alteration of the weather is imminent, these animals then behave as if an enemy were approaching them, and prepare for defence or flight. They generally hide themselves. They do not think of the bad weather as weather, but as an enemy whose hand they already feel. 317. Retrospect. We seldom become conscious of the real pathos of any period of life as such, as long as we continue in it, but always think of it as the only possible and reasonable thing for us henceforth, and that it is altogether ethos and not pathos. To speak and distinguish like the Greeks. Footnote: the distinction between ethos and pathos in Aristotle is, broadly, that between internal character and external circumstance. PVC. End footnote. A few notes of music today recalled a winter and a house, and a life of utter solitude to my mind, and at the same time the sentiments in which I then lived. I thought I should be able to live in such a state always, but now I understand that it was entirely pathos and passion, something comparable to this painfully bold and truly comforting music. It is not one's lot to have these sensations for years, still less eternities. Otherwise one would become too, quote, ethereal, unquote, for this planet. 318. Wisdom in Pain. In pain there is as much wisdom as in pleasure. Like the latter, it is one of the best self-preservatives of a species. Were it not so, pain would long ago have been done away with. That it is hurtful is no argument against it, for to be hurtful is its very essence. In pain I hear the commanding call of the ship's captain, "Take in sail!" Man, the bold seafarer, must have learned to set his sails in 1,000 different ways, otherwise he could not have sailed long, for the ocean would have soon swallowed him up. We must also know how to live with reduced energy. As soon as pain gives its precautionary signal, it is time to reduce speed, some great danger, some storm is approaching, and we do well to quote, catch unquote, as little wind as possible. It is true that there are men who, on the approach of severe pain, hear the very opposite call of command, and never appear more proud, more martial, or more happy than when the storm is brewing. Indeed, pain itself provides them with their supreme moments. These are the heroic men, the great pain-bringers of mankind, those few and rare ones who need just the same apology as pain generally, and verily it should not be denied them. They are forces of the greatest importance for preserving and advancing the species, were it only because they are opposed to the smug ease, and do not conceal their disgust at this kind of happiness. 319. As interpreters of our experiences. One form of honesty has always been lacking among founders of religions and their kin. They have never made their experiences a matter of the intellectual conscience. Quote, "What did I really experience? What then took place in me and around me? Was my understanding clear enough? Was my will directly opposed to all deception of the senses, and courageous in its defence against fantastic notions?" End quote. None of them ever asked these questions, nor to this day do any of the good religious people ask them. They have rather a thirst for things which are contrary to reason, and they do not want to have too much difficulty in satisfying this thirst. So they experience quote, "miracles," unquote, and quote, "regenerations," unquote, and hear the voices of angels. But we who are different, who are thirsty for reason, want to look as carefully into our experiences as in the case of a scientific experiment, hour by hour, day by day. We ourselves want to be our own experiments, and our own subjects of experiment. 320. On meeting again. A. Do I quite understand you? Are you in search of something? Where, in the midst of the present, actual world, is your niche and star? Where can you lay yourself in the sun, so that you also may have a surplus of well-being, so that your existence may justify itself? Let everyone do that for himself, you seem to say. Let him put talk about generalities, concern about others and society out of his mind. B. I want more. I am no seeker. I want to create my own sun for myself. 321. A new precaution. Let us no longer think so much about punishing, blaming, and improving. We shall seldom be able to alter an individual, and if we should succeed in doing so, something else may also succeed, perhaps unawares. We may have been altered by him. Let us rather see to it that our own influence on all that is to come outweighs and overweighs his influence. Let us not struggle with direct conflict. All blaming, punishing, and desire to improve come under this category. But let us elevate ourselves all the higher. Let us ever give to our pattern more shining colours. Let us obscure the other by our light. No, we shall not mean to become darker ourselves on this account, like all that punish and are discontented. Let us rather go aside. Let us look away. 322. A simile. Those thinkers in whom all the stars move in cyclic orbits are not the most profound. He who looks into himself, as into an immense universe, and carries Milky Ways in himself, knows how irregular all Milky Ways are. They lead into the very chaos and labyrinth of existence. 323. Happiness in Destiny. Destiny confers its greatest distinction upon us when it has made us fight for a time on the side of our adversaries. We are thereby predestined to a great victory. 324. In media vita. No, life has not deceived me. On the contrary, from year to year I find it richer, more desirable and more mysterious. From the day on which the great liberator broke my fetters, the thought that life may be an experiment of the thinker, and not a duty, not a fatality, not a deceit. And knowledge itself may be for others something different, for example, a bed of ease, or the path to a bed of ease, or an entertainment, or a course of idling. For me it is a world of dangers and victories, in which even the heroic sentiments have their arena and dance-floor. Life as a means to knowledge. With this principle in one's heart, one can not only be brave, but one can even live joyfully and laugh joyfully. And who could know how to laugh well and live well, who did not first understand the full meaning of war and victory? 325. What belongs to greatness? Who can attain to anything great if he does not feel the force and will in himself to inflict great pain? The ability to suffer is a small matter. In that line, weak women and even slaves often attain masterliness. But not to perish from internal distress and doubt when one inflicts great anguish and hears the cry of this anguish, that is great. That belongs to greatness. 326. Physicians of the soul and pain. All preachers of morality, as also all theologians, have a bad habit in common. All of them try to persuade man that he is very ill, and that a severe, final, radical cure is necessary. And because mankind as a whole has for centuries listened too eagerly to those teachers, something of the superstition that the human race is in a very bad way has actually come over men, so that they are now far too ready to sigh. They find nothing more in life, and make melancholy faces at each other, as if life were indeed very hard to endure. In truth, they are inordinately assured of their life, and in love with it, and full of untold intrigues and subtleties for suppressing everything disagreeable, and for extracting the thorn from pain and misfortune. It seems to me that people always speak with exaggeration about pain and misfortune, as if it were a matter of good behaviour to exaggerate here. On the other hand, people are intentionally silent in regard to a number of expedients for alleviating pain, as for instance the deadening of it, or feverish flurry of thought, or a peaceful position, or good or bad reminiscences, intentions, hopes. Also many kinds of pride and fellow-feeling which have almost the effect of anaesthetics. While in the greatest degree of pain, fainting takes place of itself. We understand very well how to pour sweetness on our bitterness, especially on the bitterness of our soul. We find a remedy in our bravery and sublimity, as well as in the nobler delirium of submission and resignation. A loss scarcely remains a loss for an hour. In some way or other a gift from heaven has always fallen into our lap at the same moment, a new form of strength, for example, be it but a new opportunity for the exercise of strength. What have the preachers of morality not dreamt concerning the inner "misery" of evil men? What lies have they not told us about the misfortunes of impassioned men? Yes, lying is here the right word. They were only too well aware of the overflowing happiness of this kind of man, but they kept silent as death about it, because it was a refutation of their theory, according to which happiness only originates through the annihilation of the passions and the silencing of the will. And finally, as regards the recipe of all of those physicians of the soul and their recommendation of a severe radical cure, we may be allowed to ask: is our life really painful and burdensome enough for us to exchange it with advantage for a stoical mode of life and stoical petrification? We do not feel sufficiently miserable to have to feel ill in the stoical fashion. 327. Taking things seriously. The intellect is with most people an awkward, obscure, and creaking machine, which is difficult to set in motion. They call it "taking a thing seriously" when they work with this machine, and want to think well. Oh, how burdensome must all good thinking be to them! That delightful animal, man, seems to lose his good humour whenever he thinks well. He becomes "serious," and "where there is laughing and gaiety, thinking cannot be worth anything," so speaks the prejudice of this serious animal against all "joyful wisdom." Well then, let us show that it is prejudice. 328. Doing harm to stupidity. It is certain that the belief in the reprehensibility of egotism, preached with such stubbornness and conviction, has on the whole done harm to egotism (in favour of the herd instinct, as I have repeated 100 times), especially by depriving it of a good conscience, and bidding us to seek it in true source of all misfortune. "Thy selfishness is the bane of thy life," so rang the preaching of millenniums. It did harm, as we have said, to selfishness, and deprived it of much spirit, much cheerfulness, much ingenuity, and much beauty. It stultified and deformed and poisoned selfishness. Philosophical antiquity, on the other hand, taught that there was another principal source of evil, from Socrates downwards. The thinkers were never weary of preaching that your thoughtlessness and stupidity, your unthinking way of life according to rule, and your subjection to the opinion of your neighbour are the reasons why you so seldom attain to happiness. We thinkers are, as thinkers, the happiest of mortals." Unquote. Let us not decide here whether this preaching against stupidity was more sound than the preaching against selfishness. It is certain, however, that stupidity was thereby deprived of its good conscience. These philosophers did harm to stupidity. 329. Leisure and Idleness. There is an Indian savagery, a savagery peculiar to the Indian blood, in the manner in which the Americans strive after gold, and the breathless hurry of their work, the characteristic vice of the New World, already begins to infect old Europe, and makes it savage also, spreading over it a strange lack of intellectuality. One is now ashamed of repose. Even long reflection almost causes remorse of conscience. Thinking is done with a stopwatch, as dining is done with the eyes fixed on the financial newspaper. We live like men who are continually "afraid of letting opportunities slip." "Better do anything whatever than nothing." This principle also is a noose with which all culture and all higher taste may be strangled. Just as all form obviously disappears in this hurry of workers, so the sense for form itself, the ear and the eye for the melody of movement also disappear. The proof of this is the clumsy perspicuity which is now everywhere demanded in all positions where a person would like to be sincere with his fellows, and intercourse with friends, women, relatives, children, teachers, pupils, leaders and princes. One has no longer either time or energy for ceremonies, or roundabout courtesies, for any esprit in conversation, or for any otium whatever. For life in the hunt for gaining continually compels a person to consume his intellect even to exhaustion, in constant dissimulation, overreaching or forestalling. The real virtue nowadays is to do something in a shorter time than another person, so that there are only rare hours of sincere intercourse permitted. In them, however, people are tired, and would not only like "to let themselves go," but to stretch their legs out in an awkward style. The way people write their letters nowadays is quite in keeping with the age. Their style and spirit will always be the true "sign of the times." If there be still enjoyment in society and in art, it is enjoyment such as overworked slaves provide for themselves. Oh, this moderation in "joy" of our cultured and uncultured classes! Oh, this increasing suspiciousness of all enjoyment! Work is winning over more and more the good conscience to its side. The desire for enjoyment already calls itself "need for recreation," and even begins to be ashamed of itself. "One owes it to one's health," people say when they are caught at a picnic. Indeed, it might soon go so far that one could not yield to a desire for the vita contemplativa (that is to say, excursions with thoughts and friends), without self-contempt and a bad conscience. Well, formerly it was the very reverse. It was "action" that suffered from a bad conscience. A man of good family concealed his work when need compelled him to labour. A slave laboured under the weight of the feeling that he did something contemptible. The "doing" itself was something contemptible. "Only in otium and bellum there is nobility and honour," so rang the voice of ancient prejudice. 330. Applause. The thinker does not need applause nor the clapping of hands, provided he be sure of the clapping of his own hands. The latter, however, he cannot do without. Are there men who could also do without this, and in general without any kind of applause? I doubt it, and even as regards the wisest, Tacitus, who is no calumniator of the wise, says: Quando etiam sapientibus gloriae cupido novissima exuita. That means with him, never. 331. Better deaf than deafened. Formerly a person wanted to have a calling, but that no longer suffices today, for the market has become too large. There has now to be a bawling. The consequence is that even good throats outcry each other, and the best wares are offered for sale with hoarse voices. Without marketplace bawling and hoarseness, there is now no longer any genius. It is, sure enough, an evil age for the thinker. He has to learn to find his stillness betwixt two noises, and has to pretend to be deaf, until he finally becomes so. As long as he has not learned this, he is in danger of perishing from impatience and headaches. 332. The evil hour. There has perhaps been an evil hour for every philosopher, in which he thought, "What do I matter, if people should not believe my poor arguments?" And then some malicious bird has flown past him and twittered, "What do you matter? What do you matter?" 333. What does knowing mean? Non redere, non legere, neque distare, sed intelligere, says Spinoza, so simply and sublimely as is his wont. Nevertheless, what else is this intelligere ultimately, but just the form in which the three other things become perceptible to us all at once? A result of the diverging and opposing impulses of desiring to deride, lament, and extricate. Before knowledge is possible, each of these impulses must first have brought forward its one-sided view of the object or event. The struggle of these one-sided views occurs afterwards, and out of it there occasionally arises a compromise, a pacification, a recognition of rights on all three sides, a sort of justice and agreement, for in virtue of the justice and agreement all those impulses can maintain themselves in existence and retain their mutual rights. We, to whose consciousness only the closing reconciliation scenes and final settling of accounts of these long processes manifest themselves, think on that account that intelligere is something conciliating, just, and good, something essentially antithetical to the impulses, whereas it is only a certain relation of the impulses to one another. For a very long time conscious thinking was regarded as thinking proper. It is now only that the truth dawns upon us that the greater part of our intellectual activity goes on unconsciously and unfelt by us. I believe, however, that the impulses which are here in mutual conflict understand right well how to make themselves felt by one another, and how to cause pain. The violent, sudden exhaustion which overtakes all thinkers may have had its origin here (it is the exhaustion of the battlefield). Aye, perhaps in our struggling interior there is much concealed heroism, but certainly nothing divine, or eternally repose in itself, as Spinoza supposed. Conscious thinking, and especially that of the philosopher, is the weakest, and on that account also the relatively mildest and quietest mode of thinking. It is precisely the philosopher who is the most easily misled concerning the nature of knowledge. 334. One must learn to love. This is our experience in music. We must first learn, in general, to hear fully, and to distinguish a theme or a melody. We have to isolate and limit it as a life by itself. Then we need to exercise effort and goodwill in order to endure it in spite of its strangeness. We need patience towards its aspect and expression, and indulgence towards what is odd in it. In the end, there comes a moment when we are accustomed to it, when we expect it, when it dawns upon us that we should miss it if it were lacking, and then it goes on to exercise its spell and charm more and more, and does not cease until we have become its humble and enraptured lovers, who want it, and want it again, and ask for nothing better from the world. It is thus with us, however, not only in music. It is precisely thus that we have learned to love all things that we now love. We are always finally recompensed for our goodwill, our patience, reasonableness and gentleness towards what is unfamiliar, by the unfamiliar slowly throwing off its veil and presenting itself to us as a new, ineffable beauty. That is its thanks for our hospitality. He also who loves himself must have learned it in this way. There is no other way. Love also has to be learned. 335. Cheers for physics! How many men are there who know how to observe? And among the few who do know, how many observe themselves? Quote, everyone is furthest from himself, unquote. All the triers of the reins, unquote, know that to their discomfort, and the saying, quote, know thyself, unquote, in the mouth of a god and spoken to man is almost a mockery. But that the case of self-observation is so desperate, as attested best of all by the manner in which almost everybody talks of the nature of a moral action, that prompt, willing, convinced, loquacious manner, with the look, the smile, and its pleasing eagerness. Everyone seems inclined to say to you, quote, why, my dear sir, that is precisely my affair. You address yourself with your question to him who is authorized to answer. For I happen to be wiser with regard to this matter than in anything else. Therefore, when a man decides that this is right, when he accordingly concludes that it must therefore be done, and thereupon does what he has thus recognized as right and designated as necessary, then the nature of his action is moral, unquote. But, my friend, you are talking to me about 3 actions instead of 1? You're deciding, for instance, that, quote, this is right, unquote, is also an action. Could one not judge either morally or immorally? Why do you regard this, and just this, as right? Quote, because my conscience tells me so, conscience never speaks immorally. Indeed, it determines in the first place what shall be moral." Unquote. But why do you listen to the voice of your conscience? And in how far are you justified in regarding such a judgment as true and infallible? This belief, is there no further conscience for it? Do you know nothing of an intellectual conscience? A conscience behind your "conscience"? Your decision, "this is right", has a previous history in your impulses, your likes and dislikes, your experience and non-experiences. "How has this originated?" you must ask. And afterwards the further question, "What really impels me to give ear to it?" You can listen to its command, like a brave soldier who hears the command of his officer, or like a woman who loves him who commands, or like a flatterer and coward, afraid of the commander, or like a blockhead who follows because he has nothing to say to the contrary. In short, you can give ear to your conscience in 100 different ways. But that you hear this or that judgment as the voice of conscience, consequently that you feel a thing to be right, may have its cause in the fact that you have never reflected about yourself, and have blindly accepted from your childhood what has been designated to you as right, or in the fact that hitherto bread and honours have fallen to your share with that which you have called your duty. It is "right" to you, because it seems to be your "condition of existence." That you, however, have a right to existence appears to you as irrefutable. The persistency of your moral judgment might still be just a proof of personal wretchedness or impersonality. Your "moral force" might have its source in your obstinacy, or in your incapacity to perceive new ideals. And to be brief, if you had thought more acutely, observed more accurately, and have learned more, you would no longer under all circumstances call this or that your "duty" and your "conscience." The knowledge how moral judgments have in general always originated would make you tired of these pathetic words, as you have already grown tired of other pathetic words, for instance, "sin", "salvation", and "redemption". And now, my friends, do not talk to me about the categorical imperative. That word tickles my ear, and I must laugh in spite of your presence and your seriousness. In this connection I recollect old Kant, who, as punishment for having gained possession surreptitiously of the "thing in itself", also a very ludicrous affair, was imposed upon by the categorical imperative, and with that in his heart strayed back again to "God", the "soul", freedom, and immorality, like a fox which strays back to its cage. And it has been his strength and shrewdness which had broken open his cage. What? You admire the categorical imperative in you? This "persistency" of your so-called moral judgment? This absoluteness of the feeling that "as I think on this matter, so must everyone think"? Admire rather your selfishness therein, and the blindness, paltriness, and modesty of your selfishness. For it is selfishness in a person to regard his judgment as universal law, and as a blind, paltry, and modest selfishness besides, because it betrays that you have not yet discovered yourself, that you have not yet created for yourself any individual, quite individual ideal. For this could never be the ideal of another, to say nothing of all, of everyone. He who still thinks that, quote, each would have to act in this manner in this case, unquote, has not yet advanced half a dozen paces in self-knowledge. Otherwise, he would know that there neither are nor can be similar actions. Every action that has been done in an entirely unique and inimitable manner, and that it will be the same with regard to all future actions, that all precepts of conduct, and even the most esoteric and subtle precepts of all moralities up to the present, apply only to this coarse exterior. That by means of them, indeed, a semblance of equality can be attained, but only a semblance. That in outlook or retrospect every action is and remains an impenetrable affair, that our opinions of good, unquote, noble, unquote, and great, unquote, can never be demonstrated by our actions, because no action is cognizable. That our opinions, estimates, and tables of values are certainly among the most powerful levers in the mechanism of our actions. That in every single case, nevertheless, the law of their mechanism is untraceable. Let us confine ourselves, therefore, to the purification of our opinions and appreciations, and to the construction of new tables of values of our own. We will, however, brood no longer over the moral worth of our actions. Yes, my friends, as regards the whole moral twaddle of people about one another, it is time to be disgusted with it. To sit in judgment morally ought to be opposed to our taste. Let us leave this nonsense and this bad taste to those who have nothing else to do, save to drag the past a little distance further through time, and who are never themselves the present, consequently to the many, to the majority. We, however, would seek to become what we are, the new, the unique, the incomparable, making laws for ourselves and creating ourselves. For this purpose we must become the best students and discoverers of all the laws and necessities in the world. We must be physicists, in order to be creators in that sense. Whereas hitherto all appreciations and ideals have been based on ignorance of physics, or in contradiction to it. And therefore 3 cheers for physics, and still louder cheers for that which impels us to it, our honesty. 336. Avarice of Nature. Why has nature been so niggardly towards humanity, that she has not let human beings shine, this man more, and that man less, according to their inner abundance of light? Why have not great men such a fine visibility in their rising and setting as the sun? How much less equivocal would life among men then be? 337. Future, humanity, unquote. When I look at this age with the eye of a distant future, I find nothing so remarkable in the man of the present day as his peculiar virtue and sickness called "the historical sense." It is a tendency to something quite new and foreign in history. If this embryo were given several centuries and more, there might finally evolve out of it a marvellous plant, with a fine smell equally marvellous, on account of which our old earth might be more pleasant to live in than it has been hitherto. We moderns are just beginning to form the chain of a very powerful future sentiment, link by link. We hardly know what we are doing. It almost seems to us as if it were not the question of a new sentiment, but of the decline of all old sentiments. The historical sense is still something so poor and cold, and many are attacked by it as a frost, and are made poorer and colder by it. To others it appears as an indication of stealthy approaching age, and our planet is regarded by them as a melancholy invalid, who, in order to forget his present condition, writes the history of his youth. In fact, this is one aspect of the new sentiment. He who knows how to regard the history of man in its entirety as his own history feels the immense generalisation of all the grief of the invalid who thinks of health, of the old man who thinks of the dream of his youth, of the lover who is robbed of his beloved, of the martyr whose ideal is destroyed, of the hero on the evening of the indecisive battle which has brought him wounds and the loss of a friend. But to bear this immense sum of grief of all kinds, to be able to bear it, and yet still be the hero who at the commencement of a second day of battle greets the dawn and his happiness as one who has a horizon of centuries before and behind him, as the heir of all nobility, of all past intellect, and the obligatory heir (as the noblest) of all the old nobles, while at the same time the first of a new nobility, the equal of which has never been seen nor even dreamed of, to take all this upon his soul, the oldest, the newest, the losses, hopes, conquests, the victories of mankind, to have all this at last in one soul, and to comprise it in one feeling. This would necessarily furnish a happiness which man has not hitherto known, a God's happiness, full of power and love, full of tears and laughter, a happiness which, like the sun in the evening, continually gives of its inexhaustible riches and empties into the sea, and, like the sun, too, feels itself richest when even the poorest fisherman rows with golden oars. This divine feeling might then be called humanity. 338. The will to suffering and the compassionate. Is it to your advantage to be above all compassionate? And is it to the advantage of the sufferers when you are so? But let us leave the first question for a moment without an answer. That from which we suffer most profoundly and personally is almost incomprehensible and inaccessible to everyone else. In this matter we are hidden from our neighbour, even when he eats at the same table with us. Everywhere, however, where we are noticed as sufferers, our suffering is interpreted in a shallow way. It belongs to the nature of the emotion of pity to divest unfamiliar suffering of its properly personal character. Our "benefactors" lower our value and volition more than our enemies. In most benefits which are conferred on the unfortunate, there is something shocking in the intellectual levity with which the compassionate person plays the role of fate. He knows nothing of all the inner consequences and complications which are called misfortune for me or for you. The entire economy of my soul and its adjustments by "misfortune," the uprising of new sources and needs, the closing up of old wounds, the repudiation of whole periods of the past, none of these things which may be connected with misfortune preoccupy the dear sympathiser. He wishes to succour, and does not reflect that there is a personal necessity for misfortune, that terror, want, impoverishment, midnight watches, adventures, hazards, and mistakes are as necessary to me and to you as their opposites. Yea, that, to speak mystically, the path to one's own heaven always leads through the voluptuousness of one's own hell. No, he knows nothing thereof. The "religion of compassion" or "the heart" bids him help, and he thinks that he has helped best when he has helped most speedily. If your adherents of this religion actually had the same sentiment towards yourselves which you have towards your fellows, if you are unwilling to endure your own suffering even for an hour, and continually forestall all possible misfortune, if you regard suffering and pain generally as evil, detestable, and deserving of annihilation, and as blots on existence, well, you have then, besides your religion of compassion, yet another religion in your heart, and this is perhaps the mother of the former, the religion of smug ease. Ah, how little you know of the happiness of man, you comfortable and good-natured ones! For happiness and misfortune are brother and sister and twins, who grow tall together, or, as with you, remain small together. But now let us return to the first question. How is it at all possible for a person to keep to his path? Some cry or other is continually calling one aside. Our eye then rarely lights on anything without it becoming necessary for us to leave for a moment our own affairs and rush to give assistance. I know there are hundreds of respectable and laudable methods for making me stray from my course, and in truth the most "moral" of methods. Indeed, the opinion of the present-day preachers of the morality of compassion goes so far as to imply that just this, and this alone, is moral. To stray from our course to that extent, and to run to the assistance of our neighbour. I am equally certain that I need only give myself over to the sight of one case of actual distress, and I too am lost. And if a suffering friend said to me, "See, I shall soon die, only promise to die with me," I might promise it, just as, to select for once bad examples for good reasons, the sight of a small mountain people struggling for freedom would bring me to the point of offering them my hand and my life. Indeed, there is even a secret seduction in all this awakening of compassion and calling for help. Our "own way" is a thing too hard and insistent, and too far removed from the love and gratitude of others. We escape from it and from our most personal conscience not at all unwillingly, and seek security in the conscience of others. We take refuge in the lovely temple of the "religion of pity," As soon now as any war breaks out, there always breaks out at the same time a certain secret delight precisely in the noblest class of people. They rush with rapture to meet the new danger of death, because they believe that in the sacrifice for their country they have finally that long sought for permission, the permission to shirk their aim. War is for them a detour to suicide, a detour, however, with a good conscience. And although silent here about some things, I will not, however, be silent about my morality, which says to me, live in concealment in order that thou mayest live to thyself. Live ignorant of that which seems to thy age to be the most important. Put at least the skin of 3 centuries betwixt thyself and the present day, and the clamour of the present day, the noise of the wars and revolutions, ought to be a murmur to thee. Thou wilt also want to help, but only those whose distress thou entirely understandest, because they have one sorrow and one hope in common with thee, thy friends, and only the way that thou helpest thyself. I want to make them more courageous, more enduring, more simple, more joyful. I want to teach them that which at present so few understand, and the preachers of fellowship in sorrow least of all, namely, fellowship in joy. 339. Vita Femina. To see the ultimate beauties in a work, all knowledge and goodwill is not enough. It requires the rarest good chance for the veil of clouds to move for once from the summits, and for the sun to shine on them. We must not only stand at precisely the right place to see this, our very soul itself must have pulled away the veil from its heights, and must be in need of an external expression and simile, so as to have a support and remain master of itself. All these, however, are so rarely united at the same time, that I am inclined to believe that the highest summits of all that is good, be it work, deed, man, or nature, has hitherto remained for most people, and even for the best, as something concealed and shrouded. That, however, which unveils itself to us but once. The Greeks indeed prayed, quote, twice and thrice everything beautiful, unquote. Ah, they had their good reason to call on the gods, for ungodly actuality does not furnish us with the beautiful at all, or only does so once. I mean to say that the world is overfull of beautiful things, but it is nevertheless poor, very poor, in beautiful moments, and in the unveiling of those beautiful things. But perhaps this is the greatest charm of life. It puts a gold-embroidered veil of lovely potentialities over itself, promising, resisting, modest, mocking, sympathetic, seductive. Yes, life is a woman. 340. The Dying Socrates. I admire the courage and wisdom of Socrates in all that he did, said, and did not say. This mocking and amorous demon and rat-catcher of Athens, who made the most insolent youths tremble and sob, was not only the wisest babbler that ever lived, but was just as great in his silence. I would that he had also remained silent in the last moment of his life. Perhaps he might then have belonged to a still higher order of intellects. Whether it was death, or the poison, or piety, or wickedness, something or other loosened his tongue at that moment, and he said, quote, O Crito, I owe a cock to Asclepius. End quote. For him who has ears, this ludicrous and terrible, quote, last word, unquote, implies, quote, O Crito, life is a long sickness, end quote. Is it possible? A man like him, who had lived cheerfully and to all appearances as a soldier, was a pessimist? He had merely put on a good demeanour towards life, and had all along concealed his ultimate judgment, his profoundest sentiment. Socrates had suffered from life, and he also took his revenge for it, with that veiled, fearful, pious and blasphemous phrase. Had even a Socrates to revenge himself? Was there a grain too little of magnanimity in his superabundant virtue? Ah, my friends, we must surpass even the Greeks. 341. The heaviest burden. What if a demon crept after thee into thy loneliest loneliness some day or night, and said to thee,
This life, as thou lived it at present, and has lived it, thou must live it once more, and also innumerable times. There will be nothing new in it, but every pain, and every joy, and every thought, and every sigh, and all the unspeakably small and great in thy life must come to thee again, and all in the same series and sequence. And similarly, this spider, and this moonlight among the trees, and similarly this moment, and I myself, the eternal sunglass of existence, will ever be turned once more, and thou with it, thou speck of dust.
Wouldst thou not throw thyself down, and gnash thy teeth, and curse the demon who that so spake? Or hast thou once experienced a tremendous moment in which thou wouldst answer him, Thou art a god, and never did I hear aught more divine? If that thought acquired power over thee as thou art, it would transform thee, and perhaps crush thee. The question with regard to all and everything, dost thou want this once more, and also for innumerable times, would lie as the heaviest burden upon thy activity? Or how wouldst thou have to become favourably inclined to thyself and to life, so as to long for nothing more ardently than for this last eternal sanctioning and sealing? 342. Insipid Tragedy. When Zarathustra was 30 years old, he left his home and the lake of Urmi, and went into the mountains. There he enjoyed his spirit and his solitude, and for 10 years did not weary of it. But at last his heart changed, and rising one morning with a rosy dawn, he went before the sun and spake thus unto it: Thou great star! What would be thy happiness if thou had not those for whom thou shinest? For 10 years hast thou climbed hither unto my cave. Thou wouldst have wearied of thy light and of thy journey, had it not been for me, mine eagle, and my serpent. But we awaited thee every morning, and took from thee thy overflow, and blessed thee for it. Lo, I am weary of my wisdom, like the bee that has gathered too much honey. I need hands outstretched to take it. I would fain bestow and distribute, until the wise have once more become joyous in their folly, and the poor happy in their riches. Therefore must I descend into the deep, as thou doest in the evening, when thou goest behind the sea, and givest light also to the netherworld, thou most rich star. Like thee must I go down, as men say, to whom I shall descend. Bless me then, thou tranquil eye, that canst behold even the greatest happiness without envy. Bless the cup that is about to overflow, that the water may flow golden out of it, and carry everywhere the reflection of thy bliss. Lo, this cup is again going to empty itself, and Zarathustra is again going to be a man. Thus began Zarathustra's downgoing. End of Book 4th, Part 2. Book 5th. We Fearless Ones. Carcasse, tu tremble I bien davantage, si tu savais où je t'y mène. Turenne. 343. What our cheerfulness signifies. The most important of more recent events, that quote, God is dead, unquote, that the belief in the Christian God has become unworthy of belief, already begins to cast its first shadows over Europe. To the few, at least, whose eye, whose suspecting glance is strong enough and subtle enough for this drama, some sun seems to have set. Some old profound confidence seems to have changed into doubt. Our old world must seem to them daily more darksome, distrustful, strange, and quote, old. Unquote. In the main, however, one may say that the event itself is far too great, too remote, too much beyond most people's power of apprehension, for one to suppose that so much as the report of it could have reached them. Not to speak of many who already know what had really taken place, and what must all collapse now that this belief had been undermined, because so much was built upon it, so much rested on it, and had become one with it. For example, our entire European morality, this lengthy, vast, and uninterrupted process of crumbling, destruction, ruin, and overthrow, which is now imminent. Who has realized it sufficiently today to have to stand up as the teacher and herald of such a tremendous logic of terror, as the prophet of a period of gloom and eclipse, the like of which has probably never taken place on earth before? Even we, the born riddle readers, who wait as it were on mountains posed twixt today and tomorrow, and ingirt by their contradiction, we, the firstlings and premature children of the coming century, into whose sight especially the shadows which must forthwith envelop Europe should already have come. How is it that even we, without genuine sympathy for this period of gloom, contemplate its advent without any personal solicitude or fear? Are we still, perhaps, too much under the immediate effects of the event? And are these effects, especially as regards ourselves, perhaps the reverse of what was to be expected? not at all sad and depressing, but rather like a new and indescribable variety of light, happiness, relief, enlivenment, encouragement, and dawning day? In fact, we philosophers and "free spirits" feel ourselves irradiated as by a new dawn by the report that the "old God is dead." Our hearts overflow with gratitude, astonishment, presentiment and expectation. At last the horizon seems open once more, granting even that it is not bright. Our ships can at last put out to sea in the face of every danger, every hazard is again permitted to the discerner. The sea, our sea, again lies open before us. Perhaps never did such a "open sea" exist. 344. To what extent even we are still pious. It is said with good reason that convictions have no civic rights in the domain of science. It is only when a conviction voluntarily condescends to the modesty of a hypothesis, a preliminary standpoint for experiment, or a regulative fiction, that its access to the realm of knowledge, and a certain value therein, can be conceded, always, however, with the restriction that it must remain under police supervision, under the police of our distrust. Regarded more accurately, however, does this not imply that only when a conviction ceases to be a conviction can it be admitted into science? Does not the discipline of the scientific spirit just commence when one no longer harbours any conviction? It is probably so. Only it remains to be asked whether, in order that this discipline may commence, it is not necessary that there should already be a conviction, and in fact one so imperative and absolute that it makes a sacrifice of all other convictions. One sees that science also rests on a belief. There is no science at all, "without premises." The question whether truth is necessary must not merely be affirmed beforehand, but must be affirmed to such an extent that the principle, belief or conviction finds expression, that "there is nothing more necessary than truth, and in comparison with it everything else has only secondary value." This absolute will to truth, what is it? Is it the will not to allow ourselves to be deceived? Is it the will not to deceive? For the will to truth could also be interpreted in this fashion, provided one includes under this generalisation, "I will not deceive," the special case, "I will not deceive myself." But why not deceive? Why not allow oneself to be deceived? Let it be noted that the reasons for the former eventuality belong to a category quite different from those of the latter. One does not want to be deceived oneself under the supposition that it is injurious, dangerous or fatal to be deceived. In this sense science would be a prolonged process of caution, foresight and utility, against which, however, one might reasonably make objections. What? Is not wishing to be deceived really less injurious, less dangerous, less fatal? What do you know of the character of existence in all its phases to be able to decide whether the greater advantage is on the side of absolute distrust or on absolute trustfulness? In case, however, of both being necessary, much trusting and much distrusting. Whence then should science derive the absolute belief, the conviction on which it rests, that truth is more important than anything else, even than every other conviction? This conviction could not have arisen if truth and untruth had both continually proved themselves to be useful, as is the case. Thus, the belief in science, which now undeniably exists, cannot have had its origin in such a utilitarian calculation, but rather in spite of the fact of the inutility and dangerousness of the "will to truth," of "truth at all costs," being continually demonstrated, "at all costs." Alas, we understand that sufficiently well, after having sacrificed and slaughtered one belief after another at this altar. Consequently, "will to truth" does not imply, "I will not allow myself to be deceived," but there is no other alternative, "I will not deceive, not even myself," and thus we have reached the realm of morality. For let one just ask oneself fairly, "Why wilt thou not deceive?" especially if it should seem, as it does seem, as if life were laid out with a view to appearance, I mean, with a view to error, deceit, dissimulation, delusion, self-delusion. And when, on the other hand, it is a matter of fact that the great type of life has always manifested itself on the side of the most unscrupulous polytropy, such an intention might perhaps, to express it mildly, be a piece of quixotism, a little enthusiastic craziness. It might also, however, be something worse, namely, a destructive principle, hostile to life, "will to truth," that might be a concealed will to death. Thus the question, why is there science, leads back to the moral problem. What in general is the purpose of morality, if life, nature and history are non-moral? There is no doubt that the conscientious man, in the daring and extreme sense in which he presupposes by the belief in science, affirms thereby a world other than that of life, nature and history, and in so far as he affirms this "other world," what? Must he not just thereby deny its counterpart, this world, our world? But what I have in view will now be understood, namely, that it is always a metaphysical belief on which our belief in science rests, and that even we knowing ones of today, the godless and anti-metaphysical, still take our fire from the conflagration kindled by a belief a millennia old, the Christian belief, which was also the belief of Plato, that God is truth, that truth is divine. But what if this itself always becomes more untrustworthy? What if nothing any longer proves itself divine, except it be error, blindness, and falsehood? What if God himself turns out to be our most persistent lie? 345. Morality as a problem. A defect in personality revenges itself everywhere. An enfeebled, lank, obliterating, self-disavowing and disowning personality is no longer fit for anything good. It is least of all fit for philosophy. "Selflessness" has no value either in heaven or on earth. The great problems all demand great love, and it is only the strong, well-rounded, secure spirits, those who have a solid basis, that are qualified for them. It makes the most material difference whether a thinker stands personally related to his problems, having a fate, his need, and even his highest happiness therein, or merely impersonally, that is to say, if he can only feel and grasp them with the tentacles of cold, prying thought. In the latter case, I warrant that nothing comes of it. For the great problems, granting that they let themselves be grasped at all, do not let themselves be held by toads and weaklings. That has ever been their taste, a taste also which they share with all high-spirited women. How is it that I have not yet met with anyone, not even in books, who seems to have stood to morality in this position, as one who knew morality as a problem, and this problem as his own personal need, affliction, pleasure, and passion? It is obvious that up to the present morality has not been a problem at all. It has rather been the very ground on which people have met, after all distrust, dissension, and contradiction, the hallowed place of peace, where thinkers could obtain rest even from themselves, could recover breath and revive. I see no one who has ventured to criticise the estimates of moral worth. I miss in this connection even the attempts of scientific curiosity and the fastidious, groping imagination of psychologists and historians, which easily anticipates a problem and catches it on the wing, without rightly knowing what it catches. With difficulty I have discovered some scanty data for the purpose of furnishing a history of origin of these feelings and estimates of values, which is something different from the criticism of them, and also something different from a history of ethical systems. In an individual case, I have done everything to encourage the inclination and talent for this kind of history. In vain, as it would seem to me at present. There is little to be learned from those historians of morality, especially Englishmen, They themselves are usually, quite unsuspiciously, under the influence of a definitive morality, and act unwittingly as its armour-bearers and followers, perhaps still repeating sincerely the popular superstition of Christian Europe, that the characteristic of moral action consists in abnegation, self-denial, self-sacrifice, or in fellow-feeling and fellow-suffering. The usual error in their premises is that insistence on a certain consensus among human beings, at least among civilized human beings, with regard to certain propositions of morality, and from thence they conclude that the propositions are absolutely binding even upon you and me. Or reversely, they come to a conclusion that no morality at all is binding, after the truth has dawned upon them that to different peoples moral valuations are necessarily different, both of which conclusions are equally childish follies. The error of the more subtle amongst them is that they discover and criticise the probably foolish opinions of a people about its own morality, or the opinions of mankind about human morality generally. They treat accordingly of its origin, its religious sanctions, the superstition of free will, and such matters. And they think that just by doing so they have criticised the morality itself. But the worth of a precept, "thou shalt," is fundamentally different from and independent of such opinions about it, and must be distinguished from the weeds of error with which it has perhaps become overgrown. Just as the worth of a medicine to a sick person is altogether independent of the question whether he has a scientific opinion about medicine, or merely thinks about it as an old wife would do. A morality could even have grown out of an error, but with this knowledge the problem of its worth would not even be touched. Thus, no one has hitherto tested the value of that most celebrated of all medicines, called morality, for which purpose it is first of all necessary for one to call it in question. Well, that is just our work. 346. Our note of interrogation. But you don't understand it. As a matter of fact, an effort will be necessary in order to understand us. We seek for words, we seek perhaps also for ears. Who are we after all? If we want simply to call ourselves in older phraseologies atheists, unbelievers, or even immoralists, we should still be far from thinking ourselves designated thereby. We are all three, in too late a phase for people generally to conceive, for you, my inquisitive friends, to be able to conceive. What is our state of mind under the circumstances? No, we have no longer the bitterness and passion of him who has broken loose, who has to make himself a belief, a goal, and even a martyrdom out of his unbelief. We have become saturated with the conviction, and have grown cold and hard by it, that things are not at all divinely ordered in this world, nor even according to human standards do they go on rationally, mercifully, or justly. We know the fact that the world in which we live is ungodly, immoral, and inhuman. We have far too long interpreted it to ourselves falsely and mendaciously, according to the wish and will of our veneration. That is to say, according to our need. For man is a venerating animal, but he is also a distrustful animal, and that the world is not worth what we have believed it to be worth is about the surest thing our distrust has at last managed to grasp. So much distrust, so much philosophy. We take good care not to say that the world is of less value. It seems to us at present absolutely ridiculous when man claims to devise values to surpass the values of the actual world. It is precisely from that point that we have retraced our steps. As for the extravagant error of human conceit and irrationality, which for a long period has not been recognised as such, this error has its last expression in modern pessimism, an older and stronger manifestation in the teaching of Buddha, but Christianity also contains it, more dubiously to be sure, and more ambiguously, but none the less seductive on that account. The whole attitude of "man versus the world," man as world-denying principle, man as the standard of the value of things, as judge of the world, who in the end puts existence itself on his scales and finds it too light. The monstrous impertinence of this attitude has dawned upon us as such, and has disgusted us. We now laugh when we find "man and world" placed beside one another, separated by the sublime presumption of the little word "and." But how is it? have we not, in our very laughing, just made a further step in despising mankind? And consequently also in pessimism, in despising the existence cognizable by us? Have we not just thereby become liable to a suspicion of an opposition between the world in which we have hitherto been at home with our venerations, for the sake of which we have perhaps endured life, and another world which we ourselves are? An inexorable, radical, most profound suspicion concerning ourselves, which is continually getting us Europeans more annoyingly into its power, and could easily face the coming generation with the terrible alternative: either do away with your veneration, or with yourselves. The latter would be nihilism. But would not the former also be nihilism? That is our note of interrogation. 347. Believers and their need of belief. How much faith a person requires in order to flourish, how much "fixed opinion" he requires which he does not wish to be shaken, because he holds himself thereby, is a measure of his power, or more plainly speaking, of his weakness. Most people in old Europe, as it seems to me, still need Christianity at present, and on that account it still finds belief. For such is man. A theological dogma might be refuted to him 1,000 times. Provided, however, that he has need of it, he would again and again accept it as "true," according to the famous "proof of power," of which the Bible speaks. Some have still need of metaphysics, but also the impatient longing for certainty, which at present discharges itself in scientific, positivist fashion among large numbers of the people, the longing by all means to get at something stable, while on account of the warmth of the longing, the establishing of the certainty is more leisurely and negligently undertaken. Even this is still the longing for a hold, a support, in short, the instinct of weakness, which, while not actually creating religions, metaphysics, and convictions of all kinds, nevertheless preserves them. In fact, around all these positivist systems there fume the vapours of a certain pessimistic gloom, something of weariness, fatalism, disillusionment, and fear of new disillusionment, or else manifest animosity, ill humour, anarchic exasperation, and whatever there is of symptom or masquerade of the feeling of weakness. Even the readiness in which our cleverest contemporaries get lost in wretched corners and alleys, for example, in Waterlanderei, so I designate Jingoism, the Chauvinism in France, and Deutsch in German, or in petty ascetic creeds in the matter of Parisian naturalism, which only brings into prominence and uncovers that aspect of nature which excites simultaneously disgust and astonishment. They like at present to call this aspect la vérité vraie, or in nihilism in the St. Petersburg style, that is to say, in the belief in unbelief, even to martyrdom for it, This shows always and above all the need of belief, support, backbone and buttress. Belief is always most desired, most pressingly needed where there is a lack of will, for the will, as a motion for command, is the distinguishing characteristic of sovereignty and power. That is to say, the less a person knows how to command, the more urgent is his desire for one who commands sternly: a god, a prince, a caste, a physician, a confessor, a dogma, a party conscience. From whence, perhaps, it could be inferred that the two world religions, Buddhism and Christianity, might well have the cause of their rise, and especially of their rapid extension, in an extraordinary malady of the will. And in truth it has been so. Both religions lighted upon the longing, monstrously exaggerated by malady of the will, for an imperative, a "thou shalt," a longing going the length of despair. Both religions were teachers of fanaticism in times of slackness of will-power, and thereby offering to innumerable persons a support, a new possibility of exercising will, an enjoyment in willing. For in fact fanaticism is the sole "volitional strength" to which the weak and irresolute can be excited, as a sort of hypnosis of the entire sensory intellectual system in favour of the overabundant nutrition (hypertrophy) of a particular point of view, and a particular sentiment which then dominates. The Christian calls it his faith. When a man arrives at the fundamental conviction that he requires to be commanded, he becomes "a believer." Reversely, one could imagine a delight and a power of self-determining, and a freedom of will whereby a spirit could bid farewell to every belief, to every wish for certainty, accustomed as it would be to support itself on slender cords and possibilities, and to dance even on the verge of abysses. Such a spirit would be the free spirit par excellence. 348. The Origin of the Learned. The learned man in Europe grows out of all the different ranks and social conditions, like a plant requiring no specific soil. On that account he belongs essentially and involuntarily to the partisans of democratic thought. But this origin betrays itself. If one has trained one's glance to some extent to recognise in a learned book or scientific treatise the intellectual idiosyncrasy of the learned man, all of them have such idiosyncrasy, and if we take it by surprise, we shall almost always get a glimpse behind it of the "ascendant history" of the learned man and his family, especially of the nature of his callings and occupations. Where the feeling finds expression, "that is at last proved, I am now done with it," it is commonly the ancestor in the blood and instincts of the learned man that approves of the "accomplished work," in the nook from which he sees things. The belief in the proof is only an indication of what has been looked upon for ages by a laborious family as "good work." Take an example. The sons of registrars and office clerks of every kind, whose main task has been to arrange a variety of materials, distribute it in drawers, and systematise it generally, evince, when they become learned men, an inclination to regard a problem as almost solved when they have systematised it. There are philosophers who are at bottom nothing but systematising brains. The formal part of the paternal occupation has become its essence to them. That talent for classifications, for tables of categories, betrays something. It is not for nothing that a person is a child of his parents. The son of an advocate will also have to be an advocate as investigator. He seeks, as a first consideration, to carry the point in his case; as a second consideration, he perhaps seeks to be in the right. One recognises the sons of Protestant clergymen and schoolmasters by the naive assurance with which, as learned men, they already assume their case to be proved, when it has but been presented by them staunchly and warmly. They are thoroughly accustomed to people believing in them. It belongs to their fathers' "trade." A Jew, contrariwise, in accordance with his business surroundings and the past of his race, is least of all accustomed in people believing him. Observe Jewish scholars with regard to this matter. They all lay great stress on logic, that is to say, on compelling assent by means of reasons. They know that they must conquer thereby, even when race and class antipathy is against them, even when people are unwilling to believe them. For, in fact, nothing is more democratic than logic. It knows no respect for persons, and takes even the crooked nose as straight. In passing, we may remark that in respect to logical thinking, in respect to cleaner intellectual habits, Europe is not a little indebted to the Jews, above all the Germans, as being a lamentably dereasonable race, who, even at the present day, must always have their "heads washed" in the first place. Translator's footnote. In German, the expression Kopf zu waschen, besides the literal sense, also means to give a person a sound drubbing. Wherever the Jews have attained to influence, they have taught to analyse more subtly, to argue more acutely, to write more clearly and purely. It has always been their problem to bring people to raison. 349. The origin of the learned once more. To seek self-preservation merely as the expression of a state of distress, or of limitation of the true fundamental instinct of life, which aims at the extension of power, and with this in view often enough calls into question self-preservation and sacrifices it. It should be taken as symptomatic when individual philosophers, as for example the consumptive Spinoza, have seen and have been obliged to see the principal feature of life precisely in the so-called self-preservative instinct. They have just been men in states of distress, that our modern natural sciences have entangled themselves so much with Spinoza's dogma, finally and most grossly in Darwinism, with its inconceivably one-sided doctrine of the struggle for existence, is probably owing to the origin of most of the inquiries into nature. They belong in this respect to the people; their forefathers have been poor and humble persons. They knew too well by immediate experience the difficulty of making a living. Over the whole of English Darwinism there hovers something of the suffocating air of overcrowded England, something of the odour of humble people in need and in straits. But as investigator of nature, a person ought to emerge from his paltry human nook, and in nature the state of distress does not prevail, but superfluity, even prodigality to the extent of folly. The struggle for existence is only an exception, a temporary restriction of the will to live. The struggle, be it great or small, turns everywhere on predominance, on increase and expansion, on power, in conformity to the will to power, which is just the will to live. 350. In honour of Hominis Religiosi. The struggle against the Church is most certainly, among other things, for it has a manifold significance, the struggle of the more ordinary, cheerful, confiding, superficial natures against the rule of the graver, profounder, more contemplative natures. That is to say, the more maligned and suspicious men, who, with long-continued distrust in the worth of life, brood also over their own worth. The ordinary instinct of the people, its sensual gaiety, its "good heart," revolts against them. The entire Roman Church rests on a southern suspicion of the nature of man, always misunderstood in the north, a suspicion whereby the European South has succeeded to the inheritance of the profound Orient, the mysterious venerable Asia, and its contemplative spirit. Protestantism was a popular insurrection in favour of the simple, the respectable, the superficial. The North has always been more good-natured and more shallow than the South. But it was the French Revolution that first gave the sceptre wholly and solemnly into the hands of the "good men," the sheep, the ass, the goose, and everything incurably shallow, brawling, and fit for the bedlam of "modern ideas." 351. In honour of priestly natures. I think that philosophers have always felt themselves furthest removed from that which the people in all classes of society nowadays take for wisdom, the prudent, bovine placidity, piety, and country parson meekness, which lies in the meadow and gazes at life seriously and ruminatingly. This is probably because philosophers have not had sufficiently the taste of the "people," or of the country parson for that kind of wisdom. Philosophers will also perhaps be the latest to acknowledge that the people should understand something of that which lies furthest from them, something of the great passion of the thinker, who lives and must live continually in the storm cloud of the highest problems and the heaviest responsibilities. Consequently, not gazing at all, to say nothing of doing so indifferently, securely, objectively. The people venerate an entirely different type of man, when on their part they form the ideal of a "sage," and they are 1,000 times justified in rendering homage with the highest eulogies and honours to precisely that type of man, namely, the gentle, serious, simple, chaste, priestly natures and those related to them. It is to them that the praise falls due in the popular veneration of wisdom. And to whom should the people ever have more reason to be grateful than these men who pertain to its class and rise from its ranks, but are persons consecrated, chosen, and sacrificed for its good? They themselves believe themselves sacrificed to God, before whom the people can pour forth its heart with impunity, by whom it can get rid of its secrets, cares, and worse things. For the man who "communicates himself," gets rid of himself, and he who has "confessed," forgets. Here there exists a great need for sewers and pure cleansing waters, as required also for spiritual filth, and rapid currents of love are needed, and strong, lowly, pure hearts, who qualify and sacrifice themselves for such service of the non-public health department. For it is a sacrificing. The priest is, and continues to be, a human sacrifice. People regard such sacrificed, silent, serious men of "faith" as "wise," that is to say, as men who have become sages, as "reliable" in relation to their own unreliability. Who would desire to deprive the people of that expression and that veneration? But as is fair on the other side, among philosophers, the priest also is still held to belong to the "people," and is not regarded as a sage, because, above all, they themselves do not believe in "sages," and already scent "the people" in this very belief and superstition. It is modesty which invented in Greece the word "philosopher," and left it to the play actors of the spirit the superb arrogance of assuming the name "wise." The modesty of such monsters of pride and self-glorification as Pythagoras and Plato. 352. Why we can hardly dispense with morality. The naked man is generally an ignominious spectacle. I speak of us European males, and by no means of European females, If the most joyous company at the table suddenly found themselves stripped and divested of their garments through the trick of an enchanter, I believe that not only would the joyousness be gone, and the strongest appetite lost, it seems that we Europeans cannot at all dispense with the masquerade that is called clothing. But should not the disguise of "moral men," the screening under moral formulae and notions of decency, the whole kindly concealment of our conduct under conceptions of duty, virtue, public sentiment, honourableness, and disinterestedness, have just as good reasons in support of it? Not that I mean hereby that human wickedness and baseness, in short, the evil wild beast in us, should be disguised. On the contrary, my idea is that it is precisely as tame animals that we are an ignominious spectacle and require moral disguising, that the "inner man" in Europe is far from having enough of intrinsic evil to let himself be seen with it, to be beautiful with it. The European disguises himself in morality because he has become a sickly, crippled animal who has good reasons for being "tame," because he is almost an abortion, an imperfect, weak, clumsy thing. It is not the fierceness of the beast of prey that finds moral disguising necessary, but the gregarious animal, with its profound mediocrity, anxiety, and ennui. Morality dresses up the European, let us acknowledge it, in the more distinguished, more important, more conspicuous guise, in "divine" guise. 353. The origin of religions. The real inventions of founders of religions are, on one hand, to establish a definite mode of life and everyday custom, which operates as disciplina voluntatis, and at the same time does away with ennui, and on the other hand, to give to that very mode of life an interpretation, by virtue of which it appears illumined with the highest value, so that it henceforth becomes a good with which people struggle and under certain circumstances lay down their lives. In truth, the second of these inventions is more essential. The first, the mode of life, has usually been there already, side by side, however, with other modes of life, and still unconscious of the value which it embodies. The import, the originality of the founder of a religion discloses itself usually in the fact that he sees the mode of life, selects it, and divines for the first time the purpose for which it can be used, and how it can be interpreted. Jesus or Paul, for example, found around him the life of the common people in the Roman province, a modest, virtuous, oppressed life. He interpreted it, he put the highest significance and value into it, and thereby the courage to despise every other mode of life. The calm fanaticism of the Moravians, the secret, subterranean self-confidence which goes on increasing, and is at last ready, to overcome the world, that is to say, Rome, and the upper classes throughout the empire, Buddha, in like manner, found the same type of man. He found it, in fact, dispersed among all the classes and social ranks of the people, who were good and kind, and above all inoffensive, owing to indolence, and who likewise, owing to indolence, lived abstemiously, almost without requirements. He understood that such a type of man, with all its vis inertiae, had inevitably to guide on to a belief which promised to avoid the return of earthly ill, that is to say, labour and activity generally, This "understanding" was his genius. The founder of a religion possesses psychological infallibility in the knowledge of a definitive, average type of souls who have not yet recognised themselves as kin. It is he who brings them together. The founding of a religion, therefore, always becomes a long ceremony of recognition. 354. The genius of the species. The problem of consciousness, or more correctly, of becoming conscious of oneself, meets us only when we begin to perceive in what measure we could dispense with it. And it is at the beginning of this perception that we are now placed by physiology and zoology, which have thus required 2 centuries to overtake the hint thrown out in advance by Leibniz. For we could in fact think, feel, will, and recollect, we could likewise "act" in every sense of the term, and nevertheless nothing of all would require to come into consciousness, as one says metaphorically, The whole of life would be possible without its seeing itself as it were in a mirror, as in fact even at present the far greater part of our life still goes on without this mirroring, and even our thinking, feeling, volitional life as well, however painful the statement may sound to an older philosopher. What, then, is the purpose of consciousness generally, when it is in the main superfluous? Now it seems to me, if you will hear my answer, and its perhaps extravagant supposition, that the subtlety and strength of consciousness are always in proportion to the capacity for communication of a man, or an animal, the capacity for communication in its turn being in proportion to the necessity for communication. The latter not to be understood as if precisely the individual himself, who is a master in the art of communicating and making known his necessity, would at the same time have to be the most dependent upon others for his necessities. It seems to me, however, to be so in relation to whole races and successions of generations, where necessity and need have long compelled men to communicate with their fellows and understand one another rapidly and subtly. A surplus of the power and art of communication is at last acquired, as if it were a fortune which had gradually accumulated, and now waited for an heir to squander it prodigally. The so-called artists are these heirs, in like manner the orators, preachers and authors, all of them men who come at the end of a long succession, "late born," always, in the best sense of the word, and, as we have said, squanderers by their very nature. Granted that this observation is correct, I may proceed further to the conjecture that consciousness generally has only been developed under the pressure of the necessity for communication, that from the first it has been necessary and useful only between man and man, especially between those commanding and those obeying, and has only developed in proportion to its utility. Consciousness is properly only a connecting network between man and man. It is only as such that it has had to develop. The recluse and wild beast species of men would not have needed it. The very fact that our actions, thoughts, feelings and motions come within the range of our consciousness, at least a part of them, is the result of a terrible, prolonged "must" ruling man's destiny. As the most endangered animal, he needed help and protection, he needed his fellows, he was obliged to express his distress, he had to know how to make himself understood, and for all this he needed "consciousness" first of all. Consequently, to "know" himself what he lacked, to "know" how he felt, and to "know" what he thought. For, to repeat it once more, man, like every living creature, thinks unceasingly, but does not know it. The thinking which is becoming conscious of itself is only the smallest part thereof, we may say, the most superficial part, the worst part. This conscious thinking alone is done in words, that is to say, in symbols for communication, by means of which the origin of consciousness is revealed. In short, the development of speech and the development of consciousness not of reason, but of reason becoming self-conscious, go hand in hand. Let it be further accepted that it is not only speech that serves as a bridge between man and man, but also looks, the pressure and the gestures, our becoming conscious of our sense impressions, our power of being able to fix them, and as it were to locate them outside ourselves, has increased in proportion as the necessity has increased for communicating them to others by means of signs. The sign-inventing man is at the same time the man who is always more acutely self-conscious. It is only as a social animal that man has learnt to become conscious of himself. He is doing so still, and doing more and more, as is obvious. My idea is that consciousness does not properly belong to the individual existence of man, but rather to the social and gregarious nature in him. That, as follows therefrom, it is only in relation to communal and gregarious utility that it is finally developed, and that consequently each of us, in spite of the best intention of understanding himself as individually as possible, and of "knowing himself," will always just call into consciousness the non-individual in him, namely his averageness, that our thought itself is continuously, as it were, outvoted by the character of consciousness, by the imperious "genius of the species" therein, and is translated back into the perspective of the herd. Fundamentally, our actions are in an incomparable manner altogether personal, unique, and absolutely individual. There is no doubt about it. But as soon as we translate them into consciousness, they do not appear so any longer. This is proper phenomenalism and perspectivism, as I understand it. The nature of animal consciousness involves the notion that the world of which we can become conscious is only a superficial, symbolic world, a generalised and vulgarised world, that everything which becomes conscious becomes just thereby shallow, meagre, relatively stupid, as generalisation, a symbol, a characteristic of the herd. That with the evolving of consciousness there is always combined a great radical perversion, falsification, superficialisation, and generalisation. Finally, the growing consciousness is a danger, and whoever lives among the most conscious Europeans knows even that it is a disease. As may be conjectured, it is not the antithesis of subject and object with which I am here concerned. I leave that distinction to the epistemologists, who have remained entangled in the toils of grammar (popular metaphysics). It is still less the antithesis of "thing in itself" and phenomenon, for we do not "know" enough to be entitled to make such a distinction. Indeed, we have not any organ at all for knowing, or for "truth." We "know" or believe or fancy just as much as may be of use in the interest of the human herd, the species, and even what is here called "usefulness" is ultimately only a belief, a fancy, and perhaps precisely the most fatal stupidity by which we shall one day be ruined. 355. The origin of our conception of "knowledge." I take this explanation from the street. I heard one of the people saying that "he knew me." So I asked myself, what do people really understand by knowledge? What do they want when they seek "knowledge"? Nothing more than that what is strange is traced back to something known. And we philosophers, have we really understood anything more by knowledge? The known, that is to say, what we are accustomed to, so that we no longer marvel at it, the commonplace, any kind of rule to which we are habituated, all and everything in which we know ourselves to be at home. What? Is our need of knowing not just this need of the known? The will to discover in everything strange, unusual, or questionable, something which no longer disquiets us? Is it not possible that it should be the instinct of fear which enjoins us to know? Is it not possible that the rejoicing of the discerner should be his rejoicing in that he regained the feeling of security? One philosopher imagined the world "known" when he had traced it back to the "idea." Alas, was it not because the idea was so known, so familiar to him? Because he had so much less fear of the "idea"? Oh, this moderation of the discerners! Let us but look at their principles and at their solutions of the riddle of the world in this connection. When they again find aught in things, among things, or behind things, that is unfortunately very well known to us, for example, our multiplication table, or our logic, or our willing and desiring, how happy they immediately are! For "what is known is understood." They are unanimous as to that. Even the most circumspect among them think that the known is at least more easily understood than the strange. For example, it is methodically ordered to proceed outward from the "inner world," from the "facts of consciousness," because it is the world which is better known to us. Error of errors! The known is the accustomed, and the accustomed is the most difficult of all to "understand." That is to say, to perceive as a problem, to perceive as strange, distant, "outside of us." The great certainty of the natural sciences in comparison with psychology and the criticism of the elements of consciousness, unnatural sciences, as one might almost be entitled to call them, rests precisely on the fact that they take what is strange as their object, while it is almost like something contradictory and absurd to wish to take generally what is not strange as an object. End of Book Fifth. We Fearless Ones, Part 1. In what manner Europe will always become "more artistic." Providing a living still enforces even in the present day (in our transition period when so much ceases to enforce) a definite role on almost all male Europeans, their so-called callings. Some have liberty, an apparent liberty, to choose this role themselves, but most have it chosen for them. The result is strange enough. Almost all Europeans confound themselves with their role when they advance in age. They themselves are the victims of their "good acting." They have forgotten how much chance, whim, and arbitrariness swayed them when their "calling" was decided, and how many other roles they could perhaps have played. For it is now too late. Looked at more closely, we see that their characters have actually evolved out of their role, nature out of art. There were ages in which people believed, with unshaken confidence, yea, with piety, in their predestination for this very business, for that very mode of livelihood, and would not at all acknowledge chance, or the fortuitous role, or arbitrariness therein. Ranks, guilds, and hereditary trade privileges succeeded, with the help of this belief, in rearing those extraordinary broad towers of society which distinguished the Middle Ages, and of which at all events one thing remains to their credit: capacity for duration. (paren), and duration is a value of the first rank on earth (end paren). But there are ages entirely the reverse, the properly democratic ages, in which people tend to become more and more oblivious of this conviction, and a sort of impudent conviction and quite contrary mode of viewing things comes to the front, the Athenian conviction, which is first observed in the epoch of Pericles, the American conviction of the present day, which wants also more and more to become a European conviction, whereby the individual is convinced that he can do almost anything, that he can play almost any role, whereby everyone makes experiments with himself, improvises, tries anew, tries with delight, whereby all nature ceases and becomes art. The Greeks have adopted this role creed, an artistic creed if you will, underwent step by step, as is well known, a curious transformation, not in every respect worthy of imitation. They became actual stage players, and as such they enchanted, they conquered all the world, and at last even the conqueror of the world. For the Greeculus Hysterio conquered Rome, and not Greek culture, as the naive are accustomed to say. What I fear, however, and what is at present obvious, if we desire to perceive it, is that we modern men are quite on the same road already, and wherever man begins to discover in what respect he plays a role, and to what extent he can be a stage player, he becomes a stage player. A new flora and fauna of men thereupon springs up, which cannot grow in more stable, more restricted eras, or is left "at the bottom," under the ban and suspicion of infamy. Thereupon the most interesting and insane periods of history always make their appearance, in which "stage players," all kinds of stage players, are the real masters. Precisely thereby another species of man is always more and more injured, and in the end made impossible. Above all the great "architects," the building power is now being paralysed. The courage that makes plans for the distant future is disheartened. There begins to be a lack of organising geniuses. Who is there who would now venture to undertake works for the completion of which millenniums would have to be reckoned upon? The fundamental belief is dying out, on the basis of which one could calculate, promise, and anticipate the future in one's plan, and offer it as a sacrifice thereto. That in fact man has only value and significance in so far as he is a stone in a great building, for which purpose he has first of all to be solid, he has to be a "stone," above all not a stage player. In short, alas! This fact will be hushed up for some considerable time to come. That which from henceforth will no longer be built, and can no longer be built, is a society in the old sense of the term. To build this structure everything is lacking, above all the material. None of us are any longer material for a society. That is a truth which is seasonable at present. It seems to me a matter of indifference that meanwhile the most short-sighted, perhaps the most honest, and at any rate the noisiest species of men of the present day, our friend the socialists, believe, hope, dream, and above all scream and scribble almost the opposite. In fact, one already reads their watchword of the future, "Free society," on all tables and walls. Free society, indeed, Indeed! But you know, gentlemen, sure enough whereof one builds it? Out of wood and iron? Out of the famous wood and iron? And not even out of wooden. 357. The Old Problem. What is German? Let us count up apart the real acquisitions of philosophical thought for which we have to thank German intellects. Are they in any allowable sense to be counted also to the credit of the whole race? Can we say that they are at the same time the work of the "German soul," or at least a symptom of it? In the sense in which we are accustomed to think, for example, of Plato's ideomania, his almost religious madness for form, as an event and an evidence of the "Greek soul"? Or would the reverse perhaps be true? Were they so individual, so much an exception to the spirit of the race, as were, for example, Goethe's paganism, with a good conscience, or as Bismarck's Machiavellism was with a good conscience, his so-called "practical politics" in Germany? Did philosophers perhaps even go counter to the need of the "German soul"? In short, were the German philosophers really philosophical Germans? I call to mind three cases. Firstly, Leibniz's incomparable insight, with which he obtained the advantage not only over Descartes, but over all who had philosophised up to his time: that consciousness is only an accident of mental representation, and not its necessary and essential attribute; that consequently what we call consciousness only constitutes a state of our spiritual and psychical world (perhaps a morbid state), and is far from being that world itself. Is there anything German in this thought, this profundity of which has not yet been exhausted? Is there reason to think that a person of the Latin race would not readily have stumbled on this reversal of the apparent? For it is a reversal. Let us call to mind secondly the immense note of interrogation which Kant wrote after the notion of causality. Not that he at all doubted its legitimacy, like Hume. On the contrary, he began cautiously to define the domain within which this notion had significance generally. We have not even yet got finished with the marking out of these limits. Let us take thirdly the astonishingly hit of Hegel, who stuck at no logical usage or fastidiousness when he ventured to teach that the conceptions of kinds develop out of one another, with which theory the thinkers in Europe were prepared for the last great scientific movement, for Darwinism, for without Hegel there would have been no Darwin. Is there anything German in this Hegelian innovation, which first introduced the decisive conception of evolution into science? Yes, without doubt we feel that there is something of ourselves "discovered" and divined in all three cases. We are thankful for it, and at the same time surprised. Each of these three principles is a thoughtful piece of German self-confession, self-understanding, and self-knowledge. We feel with Leibniz that "our inner world is far richer, ampler, and more concealed," as Germans were doubtful, like Kant, about the ultimate validity of scientific knowledge of nature, and in general about whatever can be known causaliter. The knowable, as such, now appears to us of less worth. We Germans should still have been Hegelians, even though there has never been a Hegel, inasmuch as we (in contradistinction to all Latin peoples) instinctively attribute to becoming, to evolution, a profounder significance and higher value than to that which "is." We hardly believe at all in the validity of the concept "being." This is all the more the case because we are not inclined to concede to our human logic that it is logic in itself, that it is the only kind of logic. We should rather like, on the contrary, to convince ourselves that it is only a special case, and perhaps one of the strangest and most stupid. A fourth question would be whether also Schopenhauer, with his pessimism, that is to say, the problem of the worth of existence, had to be a German. I think not. The event after which this problem was to be expected with certainty, so that an astronomer of the soul could have calculated the day and the hour of it, namely, the decay of the belief in the Christian God, the victory of scientific atheism, is a universal European event in which all races are to have their share of service and honour. On the contrary, it has to be ascribed precisely to the Germans, those with whom Schopenhauer was contemporary, that they delayed this victory of atheism longest, and endangered it most. Hegel especially was its retarder par excellence, in virtue of the grandiose attempt with which he made to persuade us of the divinity of existence, with the help at the very last of our sixth sense, the historical sense. As philosopher, Schopenhauer was the first avowed and inflexible atheist we Germans have had. His hostility to Hegel had here its background. The non-divinity of existence was regarded by him as something understood, palpable, indisputable. He always lost his philosophical composure and got into a passion when he saw anyone hesitate and beat about the bush here. It is at this point that his thorough uprightness of character comes in. Unconditionally honest atheism is precisely the preliminary condition for his raising the problem, as a final and hard-won victory of the European conscience, as the most prolific act of 2000 years' discipline to truth, which in the end no longer tolerates the lie of the belief in a God. One sees what has really gained the victory over the Christian God. Christian morality itself, the conception of veracity, taken ever more strictly, the confessional subtlety of the Christian conscience, translated and sublimated to a scientific conscience, to intellectual purity at any price. To look upon nature as if it were a proof of the goodness and care of a God, to interpret history in honour of a divine reason, as a constant testimony to the moral order in the world and a moral final purpose. To explain personal experiences as pious men have long enough explained them, as if everything were a dispensation or intimation of Providence, something planned and sent on behalf of the salvation of the soul. All that is now past. It has conscience against it. It is regarded by all the most acute consciences as disreputable and dishonourable, as mendaciousness, feminism, weakness, and cowardice. By virtue of this severity, if by anything we are good Europeans, the heirs of Europe's longest and bravest self-conquest, when we thus reject the Christian interpretation and condemn its "significance" as a forgery, we are immediately confronted in a striking manner with the Schopenhauerian question, has existence then a significance at all? The question which will require a couple of centuries even to be completely heard in all its profundity. Schopenhauer's own answer to this question was, if I may be forgiven for saying so, a premature, juvenile reply, a mere compromise, a stoppage and sticking to the very same Christian ascetic, moral perspectives, the belief in which had God notice to quit, along with the belief in God. But he raised the question, as a good European, as we have said, and not as a German. Or did the Germans prove at last, by the way in which they seized on the Schopenhauerian question, their inner connection and relationship to him, their preparation for his problem, and their need of it? That there has been thinking and printing even in Germany since Schopenhauer's time on the problem raised by him, it was late enough, does not at all suffice to enable us to decide in favour of this closer relationship. One could, on the contrary, lay great stress on the peculiar awkwardness of this post-Schopenhauerian pessimism. Germans evidently do not behave themselves there as in their element. I do not at all allude here to Eduard von Hartmann. On the contrary, my old suspicion is not vanished, even at present, that he is too clever for us. I mean to say that as arrant rogue from the very first, he did not perhaps make merry solely over German pessimism, and that in the end he might probably "bequeath" to them the truth as to how far a person could bamboozle the Germans themselves in the age of bubble companies. But further, are we perhaps to reckon to the honour of Germans the old humming-top, Banzen, who all his life spun about with the greatest pleasure about his realistically dialectic misery and personal ill luck? Was that German? In passing, I recommend his writings for the purpose of which I myself have used them, as anti-pessimistic fare, especially on account of his Allegentia Psychologica, which, it seems to me, could alleviate even the most constipated body and soul. Or would it be proper to count such dilettanti and old maids as the mawkish apostle of virginity, Mainlander, among the genuine Germans? After all, he was probably a Jew. All Jews become mawkish when they moralise. Neither Banzen nor Mainlander, nor even Eduard von Hartmann gave us a reliable grasp of the question whether the pessimism of Schopenhauer his frightened glance into an undeified world, which has become stupid, blind, deranged and problematic, his honourable fright, was not only an exceptional case among Germans, but a German event, while everything else which stands in the foreground, like our valiant politics and our joyful jingoism, which decidedly enough regards everything with reference to a principle sufficiently unphilosophical, Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, translator's footnote, Germany, Germany above all, the first line of the German national song, Consequently, sub species specii, namely, the German species, testifies very plainly to the contrary. No, the Germans of today are not pessimists, and Schopenhauer was a pessimist. I repeat it once more, as a good European, and not as a German. 358. the peasant revolt of the spirit. We Europeans find ourselves in view of an immense world of ruins, where some things still tower aloft, while other objects stand mouldering and dismal, where most things, however, already lie on the ground, picturesque enough. Where were there ever finer ruins, overgrown with weeds, large and small? It is the church which is this city of decay. We see the religious organisation of Christianity shaken to its deepest foundations. The belief in God is overthrown. The belief in the Christian ascetic ideal is now fighting its last fight. Such a long and solidly built work as Christianity, it was the last construction of the Romans, could not of course be demolished all at once. Every sort of earthquake had to shake it. Every sort of spirit which perforates, digs, gnaws and moulders had to assist in the work of destruction. But that which is strangest is that those who have exerted themselves most to retain and preserve Christianity have been precisely those who did most to destroy it. The Germans. It seems that the Germans do not understand the essence of a church. Are they not spiritual enough, or not distrustful enough to do so? In any case, the structure of the church rests on a southern freedom and liberality of spirit, and similarly on a southern suspicion of nature, man and spirit. It rests on a knowledge of man, an experience of man entirely different from what the North has had. The Lutheran Reformation, in all its length and breadth, was the indignation of the simple against something "complicated." To speak cautiously, it was a coarse, honest misunderstanding, in which much is to be forgiven. People did not understand the mode of expression of a victorious church, and only saw corruption. They misunderstood the noble scepticism, the luxury of scepticism, and toleration which every victorious, self-confident power permits. One overlooks the fact readily enough at present that as regards all cardinal questions concerning power, Luther was badly endowed. He was fatally short-sighted, superficial and imprudent. And above all, as a man sprung from the people, he lacked all the hereditary qualities of a ruling caste, and all the instincts for power, so that his work, his intention to restore the work of the Romans, merely became involuntarily and unconsciously the commencement of a work of destruction. He unravelled, he tore asunder with honest rage, where the old spider had woven longest and most carefully. He gave the sacred books into the hands of everyone. They thereby got at last into the hands of the philologists, that is to say, the annihilators of every belief based on books. He demolished the conception of "the Church," in that he repudiated the belief in the inspiration of the councils. For only under the supposition that the inspiring spirit which had founded the Church still lives in it, still builds it, still goes on building its house, does the conception of "the Church" retain its power. He gave back to the priest sexual intercourse, but 3/4 of reverence for which the people (and above all the women of the people) are capable, rests on the belief that an exceptional man in this respect will also be an exceptional man in other respects. It is precisely here that the popular belief in something superhuman in man, in a miracle, in the saving God in man, had its most subtle and insidious advocate. after Luther had given a wife to the priest, he had to take from him auricular confession. That was psychologically right, but thereby he practically did away with the Christian priest himself, whose profoundest utility had ever consisted in his being a sacred ear, a silent well, and a grave for secrets. "Every man his own priest." Behind such formulae and their bucolic slyness, there was concealed in Luther the profoundest hatred for "the higher man," and the rule of "the higher man," as the Church had conceived them. Luther disowned an ideal which he did not know how to attain, while he seemed to combat and detest the degeneration thereof. As a matter of fact, he, the impossible monk, repudiated the rule of the homines religiosi. He consequently brought about precisely the same thing within the ecclesiastical social order that he combated so impatiently in the civic order, namely, a "peasant insurrection." As to all that grew out of his reformation afterwards, good and bad, which can at present be almost counted up, who would be naive enough to praise or blame Luther simply on account of these results? He is innocent of all, he knew not what he did. The art of making the European spirit shallower, especially in the north, or more good-natured, if people would rather hear it designated by a moral expression, undoubtedly took a clever step in advance in the Lutheran Reformation. And similarly, there grew out of it the mobility and disquietude of the spirit, its thirst for independence, its belief in the right to freedom, and its "naturalness." If people wished to ascribe to the Reformation, in the last instance, the merit of having prepared and favoured that which we at present honour as "modern science," they must of course add that it is also accessory to bringing about the degeneration of the modern scholar, with his lack of reverence, of shame, of profundity, and that it is also responsible for all naive candour and plain dealing in matters of knowledge, in short, for the plebeianism of the spirit, which is peculiar to the last 2 centuries, and from which even pessimism hitherto has not in any way delivered us. "Modern ideas" also belong to this peasant insurrection of the north against the colder, more ambiguous, more suspicious spirit of the south, which has built itself its greatest monument in the Christian Church. Let us not forget in the end what a church is, and especially in contrast to every "state." A church is above all an authoritative organisation, which secures to the most spiritual men the highest rank, and believes in the power of spirituality so far as to forbid all grosser appliances of authority. Through this alone the Church is under all circumstances a nobler institution than the State. 359. Vengeance on intellect and other backgrounds of morality. Morality. Where do you think it has its most dangerous and rancorous advocates? There, for example, is an ill-constituted man who does not possess enough of intellect to be able to take pleasure in it, and just enough of culture to be aware of the fact, bored, satiated, and a self-despiser, besides being cheated unfortunately by some hereditary property out of the last consolation. the blessing of labour, the self-forgetfulness in the day's work, one who is thoroughly ashamed of his existence, perhaps also harbouring some vices, and who, on the other hand, by means of books to which he has no right, or more intellectual society than he can digest, cannot help vitiating himself more and more, and making himself vain and irritable. Such a thoroughly poisoned man. For intellect becomes poisonous, culture becomes poison, possession becomes poison, solitude becomes poison. To such ill-constituted beings gets at last into a habitual state of vengeance and inclination to vengeance. What do you think he finds necessary, absolutely necessary, in order to give himself the appearance in his own eyes of superiority over more intellectual men, so as to give himself the delight of perfect revenge, at least in imagination? It is always morality that he requires, one may wager on it, always the big moral words, always the high-sounding words, justice, wisdom, holiness, virtue, always the stoicism of gestures. How well stoicism hides what one does not possess! Always the mantle of wise silence, of affability, of gentleness, and whatever else the idealist mantle is called, in which the incurable self-despisers, and also the incurably conceited walk about. Let me not be misunderstood. Out of such born enemies of the spirit, there rises now and then that rare specimen of humanity, who is honoured by the people under the name of saint or sage. It is out of such men that there arise those prodigies of morality that make a noise, that make history. Saint Augustine was one of these men. Fear of the intellect, vengeance on the intellect. Oh, how often have these powerfully impelling vices become the roots of virtues, yea, virtue itself! And asking the question among ourselves, even the philosopher's pretension to wisdom, which has occasionally been made here and there on earth, the maddest and the most immodest of all pretensions, has it not always been, in India as well as Greece, above all a means of concealment? Sometimes, perhaps, from the point of view of education, which hallows so many lies, it has been a tender regard for growing and evolving persons, for disciples who have often to be guarded against themselves by means of the belief in a person, by means of an error, In most cases, however, it is a means of concealment for a philosopher, behind which he seeks protection, owing to exhaustion, age, chilliness, or hardening, as a feeling of the approaching end, as a sagacity of the instinct which animals have before their death. They go apart, remain at rest, choose solitude, creep into caves, become wise. What? Wisdom a means of concealment of the philosopher from intellect? 360. Two kinds of causes which are confounded. It seems to me one of my most essential steps and advances that I have learned to distinguish the cause of an action generally from the cause of action in a particular manner, say, in this direction, with this aim. The first kind of cause is a quantum of stored-up force, which waits to be used in some manner, for some purpose. The second kind of cause, on the contrary, is something quite unimportant in comparison with the first, an insignificant hazard for the most part, in conformity with which the quantum of force in question "discharges" itself in some unique and definite manner, the lucifer match in relation to the barrel of gunpowder. Among those insignificant hazards and lucifer matches I count all the so-called "aims" and similarly the still more so-called "occupations" of people. They are relatively optional, arbitrary, and almost indifferent in relation to the immense quantum of force which presses on, as we have said, to be used up in any way whatever. One generally looks at the matter in a different manner. One is accustomed to see the impelling force precisely in the aim (object, calling, etc.), according to a primeval error. But it is only the directing force. The steersman and the steam have thereby been confounded. And yet it is not even always the steersman, the directing force. Is the "aim," the "purpose," not often enough only an extenuating pretext, an additional self-binding of conceit, which does not wish it to be said that the ship follows the steam into which it has accidentally run? That it "wishes" to go that way because it must go that way? That it has a direction, sure enough, but not a steersman? We still require a criticism of the conception of "purpose." 361. The problem of the actor. The problem of the actor has disquieted me for the longest. I was uncertain (and am sometimes so still) whether one could not get at the dangerous conception of "artist," a conception hitherto treated with unpardonable leniency from this point of view. Falsity with a good conscience, delight in dissimulation breaking forth as power, pushing aside, overflowing, and sometimes extinguishing the so-called "character," the inner longing to play a role, to assume a mask, to put on an appearance, a surplus of capacity for adaptations of every kind, which can no longer gratify themselves in the service of the nearest and narrowest utility. All that perhaps does not pertain solely to the actor in himself. Such an instinct would develop most readily in families of the lower class of the people, who have had to pass their lives in absolute dependence, under shifting pressure and constraint, who to accommodate themselves to their conditions, to adapt themselves always to new circumstances, had again and again to pass themselves off and represent themselves as different persons, thus having gradually qualified themselves to adjust the mantle to every wind, thereby almost becoming the mantle itself, as masters of the embodied and incarnate art of eternally playing the game of hide-and-seek which one calls mimicry among the animals, until at last this ability, stored up from generation to generation, has become domineering, irrational and intractable, till as instinct it begins to command the other instincts and begets the actor, the "artist," the buffoon, the pantaloon, the jack-pudding, the fool, and the clown in the first place, also the classical type of servant, Gil Blas. For in such types one has the precursors of the artist, and enough even of the "genius." Also Under the higher social conditions, there grows under similar pressure a similar species of men. Only the histrionic instinct is there for the most part held strictly in check by another instinct, for example among "diplomatists." For the rest, I should think that it would always be open to a good diplomatist to become a good actor on the stage, provided his dignity "allowed" it. As regards the Jews, however, the adaptable people par excellence, we should, in conformity to this line of thought, expect to see among them a world historical institution from the very beginning, for the rearing of actors, a genuine breeding place for actors. And in fact the question is very pertinent just now: what good actor at present is not a Jew? The Jew also, as a born literary man, as the actual ruler of the European press, exercises this power on the basis of his histrionic capacity. For the literary man is essentially an actor. He plays the part of "expert," of "specialist." Finally, women. If we consider the whole history of women, are they not obliged first of all and above all to be actresses? If we listen to doctors who have hypnotised women, or, finally, if we love them, and let ourselves be "hypnotised" by them, what is always divulged thereby? That they "give themselves airs," even when they "give themselves." Woman is so artistic. 362. My belief in the virilizing of Europe. We owe it to Napoleon and not at all to the French Revolution, which had in view the "fraternity" of the nations, and the florid interchange of good graces among people generally, that several warlike centuries, which have not had their like in past history, may now follow one another; in short, that we have entered upon the classical age of war. War at the same time scientific and popular, on the grandest scale, as regards to means, talents, and discipline, to which all the coming millenniums will look back with envy and awe as the work of perfection. For the national movement out of which this martial glory springs is only the counter-shock against Napoleon, and would not have existed without him. To him, consequently, one will one day be able to attribute the fact that man in Europe has again got the upper hand of the merchant and the Philistine, perhaps even of "woman" also, who has become pampered owing to Christianity and the extravagant spirit of the 18th century, and still more owing to "modern ideas." Napoleon, who saw in modern ideas, and accordingly in civilization, something like a personal enemy, has by this hostility proved himself to be one of the greatest continuators of the Renaissance. He has brought to the surface a whole block of the ancient character, the decisive block perhaps, the block of granite. And who knows but that this block of ancient character will in the end get the upper hand of the national movement, and will have to make itself in a positive sense the heir and continuator of Napoleon, who, as one knows, wanted one Europe, which was to be the mistress of the world. 363. How each sex has its prejudice about love. Notwithstanding all the concessions which I am inclined to make to the monogamic prejudice, I will never admit that we should speak of equal rights in the love of man and women. There are no such equal rights. The reason is that man and woman understand something different by the term love, and it belongs to the conditions of love in both sexes that the one sex does not presuppose the same feeling, the same conception of "love" in the other sex. What woman understands by love is clear enough: complete surrender (not merely devotion) of soul and body, without any motive, without any reservation, rather with shame and terror at the thought of a devotion restricted by clauses or associated with conditions. In this absence of conditions, her love is precisely a faith. Woman has no other. Man, when he loves a woman, wants precisely this love from her. He is consequently, as regards himself, furthest removed from the prerequisites of feminine love. Granted, however, that there should also be men to whom on their side the demand for complete devotion is not unfamiliar. Well, they are really not men. A man who loves like a woman becomes thereby a slave. A woman, however, who loves like a woman becomes thereby a more perfect woman. The passion of woman, in its unconditional renunciation of its own rights, presupposes in fact that there does not exist on the other side an equal pathos, an equal desire for renunciation. For if both renounced themselves out of love, there would result, well, I don't know what, perhaps a horror vacui. Woman wants to be taken and accepted as a possession. She wishes to be merged in the conceptions of "possession" and "possessed." Consequently, she wants one who takes, who does not offer and gives himself away, but who reversedly is rather to be made richer in "himself" by the increase of power, happiness and faith which the woman herself gives to him. Woman gives herself, man takes her. I do not think one will get over this natural contrast by any social contract, or with the very best will to do justice. However desirable it may be to avoid bringing the severe, frightful, enigmatical and unmoral elements of this antagonism constantly before our eyes. For love, regarded as complete, great and full, is nature, and as nature, is to all eternity something "unmoral." Fidelity is accordingly included in women's love. It follows from the definition thereof. With man, fidelity may readily result in consequence of his love, perhaps as gratitude or idiosyncrasy of taste, and so-called elective affinity, but it does not belong to the essence of his love, and indeed so little, that one might almost be entitled to speak of natural opposition between love and fidelity in man, whose love is just a desire to possess, and not a renunciation and giving away. The desire to possess, however, comes to an end every time with the possession. As a matter of fact, it is the more subtle and jealous thirst for possession in the man who is rarely and tardily convinced of having this "possession" which makes his love continue. In that case, it is even possible that the love may increase after the surrender. He does not readily own that a woman has nothing more to "surrender" to him. 364. The Anchorite Speaks. The art of associating with men rests essentially on one's skilfulness (which presupposes long exercise) in accepting a repast, in taking a repast in the cuisine of which one has no confidence. Provided one comes to the table with the hunger of a wolf, everything is easy. The worst society gives the experience, as Mephistopheles says. But one has not got this wolf's hunger when one needs it. Alas! How difficult are our fellow men to digest! First principle: to stake one's courage as in a misfortune, to seize boldly, to admire oneself at the same time, to take one's repugnance between one's teeth, to cram down one's disgust. Second principle: to "improve" one's fellow man, by praise for example, so that he may begin to sweat out of his self-complacency, or to seize a tuft of his good or "interesting" qualities, and pull at it till one gets his whole virtue out, and can put him under the folds of it. Third principle: self-hypnotism. To fix one's eye on the object of one's intercourse, as on a glass knob, until, ceasing to feel pleasure or pain thereat, one falls asleep unobserved, becomes rigid, and acquires a fixed pose. A household recipe used in married life and friendship, well tested and prized as indispensable, but not yet scientifically formulated. Its proper name is patience. 365. The anchorite speaks once more. We also have intercourse with "men." We also modestly put on the clothes in which people know us (as such), respect us and seek us, and we thereby mingle in society, that is to say, among the disguised who do not wish to be so called. We also do like all prudent masqueraders, and courteously dismiss all curiosity which has not reference merely to our "clothes." There are, however, other modes and artifices for "going about" among men, and associating with them, for example, as a ghost, which is very advisable when one wants to scare them and get rid of them easily. An example: a person grasps at us and is unable to seize us, that frightens him. Or we enter by a closed door, or when the lights are extinguished, or after we are dead. The latter is the artifice of posthumous men, par excellence. "What?" said such a one once impatiently. "Do you think we should delight in enduring this strangeness, coldness, death stillness about us, all this subterranean, hidden, dim, undiscovered solitude, which is called life with us, and might just as well be called death, if we were not conscious of what will arise out of us? And that only after our death shall we attain to our life, and become living, very living, we posthumous men." 366. At the sight of a learned book. We do not belong to those who only get their thoughts from books, or at the promptings of books. It is our custom to think in the open air, walking, leaping, climbing, or dancing on lonesome mountains by preference, or close to the sea, where even the paths become thoughtful. Our first question concerning the value of a book, a man, or a piece of music is? Can it walk? Or still better, can it dance? We seldom read. We do not read the worse for that. Oh, how quickly do we divine how a person has arrived at his thoughts, whether sitting before an ink bottle with compressed belly and head bent over the paper. Oh, how quickly we are then done with his book! The constipated bowels betray themselves, one may wager on it, just as the atmosphere of the room, the ceiling of the room, the smallness of the room betray themselves. These were my feelings as I was closing a straightforward, learned book, thankfully, very thankfully, but also relieved. In the book of a learned man there is almost always something oppressive and oppressed. The "specialist" comes to light somewhere, his ardour, his seriousness, his wrath, his overestimation of the nook in which he sits and spins, his hump. Every specialist has his hump. A learned book also always mirrors the distorted soul. Every trade distorts. Look at our friends again, with whom we have spent our youth, after they have taken possession of their science. Alas, how the reverse has always taken place! Alas, how they themselves are now for ever occupied and possessed by their science! Growing into their nook, crumpled unrecognisably, constrained and deprived of their equilibrium, emaciated and angular everywhere, perfectly round only in one place. We are moved and silent when we find them so. Every handcraft, granting even that it has a golden floor (translator's footnote, an allusion to the German proverb Handwerk hat einen golden Boden), end translator's footnote, has also a leaden ceiling above it, which presses and presses on the soul till it is pressed into a strange and distorted shape. There is nothing to alter here. We do not think that it is at all possible to obviate this disfigurement by any educational artifice whatever. Every kind of perfection is purchased at a high price on earth. Where everything is perhaps purchased too dear, one is an expert in one's department by a price of being also a victim of one's department. But you want to have it otherwise, "more reasonable," above all more convenient. Is it not so, my dear contemporaries? Very well, but then you will also immediately get something different. That is to say, instead of the craftsman and expert, the literary man, the versatile, "many-sided" litterateur, who, to be sure, lacks the hump, not taking account of the hump or bow which he makes before you as the shopman of the intellect and the "porter" of culture, the litterateur, who is really nothing, but "represents" almost everything. He plays and "represents" the expert. He also takes upon himself, in all modesty, to see that he is paid, honoured, and celebrated in this position. No, my learned friends, I bless you even on account of your humps. And also because like me you despise the littérateurs and parasites of culture, and because you do not know how to make merchandise of your intellect, and have so many opinions which cannot be expressed in money value, and because you do not represent anything which you are not. Because your sole desire is to become masters of your craft, because your reverence of every kind of mastership and ability, and repudiate with the most relentless scorn everything of a make-believe, half-genuine, dressed-up, virtuoso, demagogic, histrionic nature in litteris et artibus, all that which does not convince you by its absolute genuineness of discipline and preparatory training, or cannot stand your test. Every genius does not help a person to get over such a defect, however well it may be able to deceive with regard to it. One understands this if one has looked closely at our most gifted painters and musicians, who almost without exception can artificially and supplementarily appropriate to themselves by means of artful inventions of style, makeshifts, and even principles, the appearance of that genuineness, that solidity of training and culture. To be sure, without thereby deceiving themselves, without thereby imposing perpetual silence on their bad consciences. For you know well enough that all great modern artists suffer from bad consciences. 367. How one has to distinguish first of all in works of art. Everything that is thought, versified, painted and composed, yea, even built or moulded, belongs to monologic art, or to art before witnesses. Under the latter, there is also to be included the apparent monologic art, which involves the belief in God, the whole lyric of prayer. Because for a pious man there is no solitude. We, the godless, who have been the first to devise this invention, I know of no profounder distinction in all the perspective of the artist than this, whether he looks at his growing work of art, at himself, with the eye of the witness, or whether he has forgotten the world, as the essential thing in all monologic art. It rests on forgetting. It is the music of forgetting. 368. The Cynic Speaks. My objections to Wagner's music are physiological objections. Why should I therefore begin by disguising them under aesthetic formulae? My "point" is that I can no longer breathe freely when this music begins to operate on me. My foot immediately becomes indignant at it and rebels. For what it needs is time, dance and march. It demands first of all, from music, the ecstasies which are in good walking, striding, leaping and dancing. But does not my stomach, my heart, my blood and my bowels also protest? Do I not become hoarse unawares under its influence? And then I ask myself what it is really that my body wants from music generally. I believe it wants to have relief, so that all animal functions should be accelerated by means of light, bold, unfettered, self-assured rhythms, so that brazen, leaden life should be gilded by means of golden, good, tender harmonies. My melancholy would fain rest its head in the hiding places and abysses of perfection. For this reason I need music. What do I care for the drama? What do I care for the spasms of its moral ecstasies, in which the "people" have their satisfaction? What do I care for the whole pantomimic hocus-pocus of the actor? It will now be divined that I am essentially anti-theatrical at heart. But Wagner, on the contrary, was essentially a man of the stage, and an actor, the most enthusiastic mummer-worshipper that has ever existed, even among musicians. And let it be said, in passing, that if Wagner's theory was that "drama is the object, and music is only the means to it," his practice, on the contrary, from beginning to end, has been to the effect that "attitude is the object, drama, and even music can never be anything else but a means to that." Music as a means of elucidating, strengthening and intensifying dramatic poses, and the actor's appeal to the senses, and the Wagnerian drama only an opportunity for a number of dramatic attitudes. Wagner possessed, along with all other instincts, the dictatorial instinct of a great actor in all and everything, and, as has been said, also as a musician. I once made this clear with some trouble to a thoroughgoing Wagnerian, and I had reasons for adding, "Do be a little more honest with yourself. We are not now in the theatre. In the theatre we are only honest in the mass. As individuals we lie, we belie even ourselves. We leave ourselves at home when we go to the theatre. We there renounce the right to our own tongue and choice, to our taste, and even to our courage as we possess it and practice it within our own four walls, in relation to God and man. No one takes his finest taste in art into the theatre with him, not even the artist who works for the theatre. There one is people, public, herd, women, Pharisee, voting animal, democrat, neighbour, and fellow creature. There even the most personal conscience succumbs to the levelling charm of the "great multitude." There stupidity operates as wantonness and contagion. There the neighbour rules. There one becomes a neighbour. I have forgotten to mention what my enlightened Wagnerian answered to my physiological objections. "So the fact is that you are really not healthy enough for our music?" End of Book 5th, We Fearless Ones, Part 2. 369. Juxtapositions in us. Must we not acknowledge to ourselves, we artists, that there is a strange discrepancy in us? That on the one hand our taste, and on the other hand our creative power, keep apart in an extraordinary manner, continue apart, and have a separate growth. I mean to say that they have entirely different gradations and tempi of age, youth, maturity, mellowness, and rottenness. So that, for example, a musician could all his life create things which contradict all that his ear and heart, spoiled as they are for listening, prize, relish, and prefer. He would not even require to be aware of the contradiction. As an almost painfully regular experience shows, a person's taste can easily outgrow the taste of his power, even without the latter being thereby paralysed or checked in its productivity. The reverse, however, can also to some extent take place. And it is to this especially that I should like to direct the attention of artists. A constant producer, a man who is a "mother" in the grand sense of the term, one who no longer knows or hears of anything except pregnancies and childbeds of his spirit, who has no time at all to reflect and make comparisons with regard to himself and his work, who is also no longer inclined to exercise his taste, but simply forgets it, letting it take its chance on standing, lying, or falling. Perhaps such a man at last produces work on which he is then not at all fit to pass a judgment, so that he speaks and thinks foolishly about them and about himself. This seems to me almost the normal condition with fruitful artists. No one knows a child worse than its parents, and the rule applies even (to take an immense example) to the entire Greek world of poetry and art, which was never "conscious" of what it had done. 370. What is Romanticism? It will be remembered perhaps, at least among my friends, that at first I assailed the modern world with some gross errors and exaggerations, but at any rate with hope in my heart. I recognised, who knows from what personal experiences, the philosophical pessimism of the 19th century as the symptom of a higher power of thought, a more daring courage, and a more triumphant plenitude of life than had been characteristic of the 18th century, the age of Hume, Kant, Condillac, and the sensualists, so that the tragic view of things seemed to me the particular luxury of our culture, its most precious, noble, and dangerous mode of prodigality. But nevertheless, in view of its overflowing wealth, a justifiable luxury, in the same way I interpret for myself German music as the expression of a Dionysian power in the German soul. I thought I heard in it the earthquake by means of which a primeval force, that had been imprisoned for ages, was finally finding vent, indifferent as to whether all that usually calls itself culture was thereby made to totter. It is obvious that I then misunderstood what constitutes the veritable character both of philosophical pessimism and of German music, namely their romanticism. What is romanticism? Every art and every philosophy may be regarded as a healing and helping appliance in the service of growing, struggling life. They always presuppose suffering and sufferers. But there are two kinds of sufferers. On the one hand, those who suffer from overflowing vitality, who need Dionysian art, and require a tragic view and insight into life. And on the other hand, those who suffer from reduced vitality, who seek repose, quietness, calm seas, and deliverance from themselves through art or knowledge, or else intoxication, spasm, bewilderment, and madness. All romanticism in art and knowledge responds to the twofold craving of the latter. To them Schopenhauer as well as Wagner responded (and responds), to name those most celebrated and decided romanticists who were then misunderstood by me (not, however, to their disadvantage, as may be reasonably conceded to me). The being richest in overflowing vitality, the Dionysian god and man, may not only allow himself the spectacle of the horrible and questionable, but even the fearful deed itself, and all the luxury of destruction, disorganisation, and negation. With him evil, senselessness, and ugliness seem as it were licensed, in consequence of the overflowing plenitude of procreative, fructifying power, which can convert every desert into a luxuriant orchard. Conversely, the greatest sufferer, the man poorest in vitality, would have most need of mildness, peace and kindliness in thought and action. He would need, if possible, a God who is specially the God of the sick, a "saviour." Similarly, he would have need of logic, the abstract intelligibility of existence, for logic soothes and gives confidence. In short, he would need a certain warm, fear-dispelling narrowness and imprisonment within optimistic horizons. In this manner I gradually begin to understand Epicurus, the opposite of a Dionysian pessimist. In a similar manner also the "Christian," who in fact is only a type of Epicurean, and like him essentially a romanticist. And my vision has always become keener in tracing that most difficult and insidious of all forms of retrospective inference, in which most mistakes have been made, the inference from the work to its author, from the deed to its doer, from the ideal to him who needs it. For every mode of thinking and valuing to the imperative want behind it. In regard to all aesthetic values, I now avail myself of this radical distinction. I ask in every single case, "Has hunger or superfluidity become creative here?" At the outset, another distinction might seem to recommend itself more. It is far more conspicuous, namely, to have in view whether the desire for rigidity or perpetuation, for being as a cause of the creating, or the desire for destruction, for change, for the new, for the future, for becoming. But when looked at more carefully, both these kinds of desire prove themselves ambiguous, and are explicable precisely according to the before-mentioned and, as it seems to me, rightly preferred scheme. The desire for destruction, change and becoming may be the expression of overflowing power, pregnant with futurity. My terminus for this is of course the word Dionysian, but it may also be the hatred of the ill-constituted, destitute and unfortunate, which destroys and must destroy, because the enduring, yea, all that endures, in fact all being, excites and provokes it. To understand this emotion we have but to look closely at our anarchists. The will to perpetuation requires equally a double interpretation. It may on the one hand proceed from gratitude and love. Art of this origin will always be an art of apotheosis, perhaps dithyrambic, as with Rubens, mockingly divine, as with Hafiz, or clear and kind-hearted as with Goethe, and spreading a Homeric brightness and glory over everything. In this case I speak of Apollonian art. It may also, however, be the tyrannical will of a sorely suffering, struggling, or tortured being, who would like to stamp his most personal, individual and narrow characteristics, the very idiosyncrasy of his suffering, as an obligatory law and constraint on others, who, as it were, takes revenge on all things, in that he imprints, enforces, and brands his image, the image of his torture, upon them. The latter is romantic pessimism in its most extreme form. Whether it be as Schopenhauerian will philosophy or as Wagnerian music, romantic pessimism, the last great event in the destiny of our civilization, that there may be quite a different kind of pessimism, a classical pessimism. This presentiment and vision belongs to me, as something inseparable from me, as my properium and ipsissimum, only that the word "classical" is repugnant to my ears. It has become far too worn, too indefinite and indistinguishable. I call that pessimism of the future, for it is coming. I see it coming. Dionysian pessimism. 371. We unintelligible ones. Have we ever complained among ourselves of being misunderstood, misjudged and confounded with others, of being calumniated, misheard and not heard? That is just our lot, alas, for a long time yet. say, to be modest until 1901. It is also our distinction. We should not have sufficient respect for ourselves if we wished it otherwise. People confound us with others. The reason of it is that we ourselves grow, we change continually, we cast off old bark, we still slough every spring. We always become younger, higher, stronger. As men of the future, we thrust our roots always more powerfully into the deep, into evil, while at the same time we embrace the heavens ever more lovingly, more extensively, and suck in the light ever more eagerly with all our branches and leaves. We grow like trees. That is difficult to understand, like all life. Not in one place, but everywhere, not in one direction only, but upwards and outwards, as well as inwards and downwards. At the same time our force shoots forth in stem, branches and roots. We are really no longer free to do anything separately, or to be anything separately. Such is our lot. As we have said, we grow in height. And even should it be our calamity, for we dwell ever closer to the lightning, well, we honour it none the less on that account. It is that which we do not wish to share with others, which we do not wish to bestow upon others, the fate of all elevation, our fate. 372. Why we are not idealists. Formerly, philosophers were afraid of the senses. Have we, perhaps, been far too forgetful of this fear? We are at present all of us sensualists, we representatives of the present and of the future of philosophy, not according to theory, however, but in praxis. In practice. Those former philosophers, on the contrary, thought that the senses lured them out of their world, the cold realm of "ideas," to a dangerous southern island, where they were afraid that their philosopher virtues would melt away like snow in the sun. "Wax in the ears" was then almost a condition of philosophizing. A genuine philosopher no longer listened to life. In so far as life is music, he denied the music of life. It is an old philosophical superstition that all music is sirens' music. Now we should be inclined at the present day to judge precisely in the opposite manner, which in itself might be just as false, and to regard ideas with their cold, anemic appearance, and not even in spite of this appearance, as worse seducers than the senses. They have always lived on the "blood" of the philosopher, they always consumed his senses, and indeed, if you will believe me, his "heart" as well. Those old philosophers were heartless. Philosophizing was always a species of vampirism. At the sight of such figures, even as Spinoza, do you not feel a profoundly enigmatical and disquieting sort of impression? Do you not see the drama which is here performed, the constantly increasing pallor, the spiritualization always more ideally displayed? Do you not imagine some long concealed bloodsucker in the background, which makes its beginning with the senses, and in the end retains or leaves behind nothing but bones and their rattling? I mean categories, formulae, and words, for you will pardon me in saying that what remains of Spinoza, Amor Intellectualis Dei, is rattling and nothing more. What is amor? What is Deus, when they have lost every drop of blood? In summer, all philosophical idealism has hitherto been something like a disease. Where it has not been, as in the case of Plato, the prudence of superabundant and dangerous healthfulness, the fear of over-powerful senses, and the wisdom of a wise Socratic. Perhaps it is the case that we moderns are merely not sufficiently sound to require Plato's idealism, and we do not fear the senses because... 373. Science, as prejudice. It follows from the laws of class distinction that the learned, in so far as they belong to the intellectual middle class, are debarred from getting even a sight of the really great problems and notes of interrogation. Besides, their courage, and similarly their outlook, does not reach so far. And above all, their need, which makes them investigators, their innate anticipation and desire that things should be constituted in such and such a way, their fears and hopes are too soon quieted and set at rest. For example, that which makes the pedantic Englishman Herbert Spencer so enthusiastic in this way, and impels him to draw a line of hope, a horizon of desirability, the final reconciliation of egotism and altruism, of which he dreams, that almost causes nausea to people like us. A humanity with such Spencerian perspectives as ultimate perspectives would seem to us deserving of contempt, of extermination. But the fact that something has to be taken by him as the highest hope, which is regarded, and may well be regarded, by others merely as a distasteful possibility, is a note of interrogation which Spencer could not have foreseen. It is just the same with the belief with which at present so many materialistic natural scientists are content, the belief in a world which is supposed to have its equivalent and measure in human thinking and human valuations, a "world of truth" at which we might be able ultimately to arrive with the help of our insignificant, four-cornered human reason. What? Do we actually wish to have existence debased in that fashion, to be a ready reckoner exercise and calculation for stay-at-home mathematicians? We should not, above all, seek to divest the existence of its ambiguous character. Good taste forbids it, gentlemen, the taste of reverence for everything that goes beyond your horizon. That a world interpretation is alone right by which you maintain your position, by which investigation and work can go on scientifically in your sense, you really mean mechanically, an interpretation which acknowledges numbering, calculating, weighing, seeing and handling, and nothing more? Such an idea is a piece of grossness and naivety, provided it is not lunacy and idiocy. Would the reverse not be quite probable? That the most superficial and external characters of existence, its most apparent quality, its outside, its embodiment, should let themselves be apprehended first? Perhaps alone allow themselves to be apprehended? A "scientific" interpretation of the world as you understand it might consequently still be one of the stupidest, that is to say, the most destitute of significance, of all possible world interpretations. I say this in confidence to my friends the mechanicians, who today like to hobnob with philosophers, and absolutely believe that mechanics is the teaching of the first and last laws upon which, as upon a ground floor, all existence must be built. But an essentially mechanical world would be an essentially meaningless world. Suppose we valued the worth of a music with reference to how much it could be counted, calculated or formulated. How absurd would such a "scientific" estimate of music would be! What would one have apprehended, understood, or discerned in it? Nothing, absolutely nothing of what is really "music" in it. 374. Our new "infinite." How far the perspective character of existence extends, or whether it has any other character at all, whether an existence without explanation, without "sense," does not just become "nonsense," whether, on the other hand, all existence is not essentially an explaining existence. These questions, as is right and proper, cannot be determined even by the most diligent and severely conscientious analysis and self-examination of the intellect. Because in this analysis the human intellect cannot avoid seeing itself in its perspective forms, and only in them. We cannot see round our corner. It is hopeless curiosity to want to know what other modes of intellect and perspective there might be. For example, whether any kind of being could perceive time backwards, or alternatively forwards and backwards, by which another direction of life and another conception of cause and effect would be given. But I think that we are to-day at least far from the ludicrous immodesty of decreeing from our nook that there can only be legitimate perspectives from that nook. The world, on the contrary, has once more become "infinite" to us, in so far we cannot dismiss the possibility that it contains infinite interpretations. Once more the great horror seizes us, but who would desire forthwith to deify once more this monster of an unknown world in the old fashion, and perhaps worship the unknown thing as the "unknown person" in future? Ah! There are too many ungodly possibilities of interpretation comprised in this unknown. Too much devilment, stupidity, and folly of interpretation. Also our own human, all too human interpretation itself, which we know.
375. Why we seem to be Epicureans. We are cautious, we modern men, with regard to final convictions. Our distrust lies in wait for the enchantments and tricks of conscience evolved in every strong belief, in every absolute yea and nay. How is this explained? Perhaps one may see in it a good deal of the caution of the "burned child," of the disillusioned idealist. But one may also see in it another and better element, the joyful curiosity of a former lingerer in the corner, who has been brought to despair by his nook, and now luxuriates and revels in its antithesis, in the unbounded, in the "open air in itself." Thus there is developed an almost Epicurean inclination for knowledge, which does not readily lose sight of the questionable character of things, likewise also a repugnance to pompous moral phrases and attitudes, a taste that repudiates all coarse, square contrasts, and is proudly conscious of its habitual reserve. For this too constitutes our pride, this easy tightening of the reins in our headlong impulse after certainty, this self-control of the rider in his most furious riding. For now, as of old, we have mad, fiery steeds under us, and if we delay,
It is certainly least of all the danger which causes us to delay. 376. Our slow periods. It is thus that artists feel, and all men of "works," the maternal species of men, they always believe that every chapter of their life (a work always makes a chapter), that they have already reached the goal itself. They would always patiently accept death with the feeling, "we are ripe for it." This is not an expression of exhaustion, but rather that of a certain autumnal sunniness and mildness, which the work itself, the maturing of the work, always leaves behind in its originator. Then the tempo of life slows down, turns thick and flows with honey, into long pauses, into the belief in the long pause. 377. We homeless ones. Among the Europeans of today there are not lacking those who may call themselves homeless ones, in a way which is at once a distinction and an honour. It is by them that my secret wisdom and gaia scienza is expressly to be laid to heart. For their lot is hard, their hope uncertain. It is a clever feat to devise consolation for them, but what good does it do? We children of the future, how could we be at home in the present? We are unfavourable to all ideals which could make us feel at home in this frail, broken-down transition period. And as regards the "realities" thereof, we do not believe in their endurance. The ice which still carries us has become very thin. The thawing wind blows. We ourselves, the homeless ones, are an influence that breaks the ice and the other all too thin "realities." We "preserve" nothing, nor would we return to any past age. We are not at all "liberal." We do not labour for "progress." We do not need first to stop our ears to the song of the marketplace and the sirens of the future, their song of "equal rights," "free society," "no longer either lords or slaves," does not allure us. We do not by any means think it desirable that the kingdom of righteousness and peace should be established on earth, because under any circumstance it would be the kingdom of the profoundest mediocrity and Chinaism. We rejoice in all men who, like ourselves, love danger, war and adventure, who do not make compromises, nor let themselves be captured, conciliated or stunted. We count ourselves among the conquerors. We ponder over the need for a new order of things, even of a new slavery. For every strengthening and elevation of the type "man" also involves a new form of slavery. Is it not obvious that with all this we must feel ill at ease in an age which claims the honour of being the most humane, gentle and just that the sun has ever seen? What a pity that at the mere mention of these fine words the thoughts at the back of our minds are all the more unpleasant, that we see therein only the expression, or the masquerade, of profound weakening, exhaustion, age and declining power. What can it matter to us with what kind of tinsel an invalid decks out his weakness? He may parade it as his virtue. There is no doubt whatever that weakness makes people gentle, alas, so gentle, so just, so inoffensive, so "humane." The "religion of pity" to which people would like to persuade us. Yes, we know sufficiently well the hysterical little men and women who need this religion at present as a cloak and adornment. We are no humanitarians. We should not dare to speak of our "love of mankind." For that, a person of our stamp is not enough of an actor, or not sufficiently Saint-Simonist, not sufficiently French. A person must have been affected with a Gallic excess of erotic susceptibility and amorous impatience, even to approach mankind honourably with his lewdness. Mankind! Was there ever a more hideous old woman among all old women? Unless perhaps it were "the truth," a question for philosophers? No, we do not love mankind. On the other hand, however, we are not nearly "German" enough, in the sense in which the word "German" is current at present, to advocate nationalism and race hatred, or take delight in the national heart itch and blood poisoning, on account of which the nations of Europe are at present bounded off and secluded from one another as if by quarantines. We are too unprejudiced for that, too perverse, too fastidious, also too well informed, and too much "travelled." We prefer much rather to live on mountains, apart and "out of season" in past or coming centuries, in order merely to spare ourselves the silent rage to which we know we should be condemned as witnesses of a system of politics which makes the German nation barren by making it vain, and which is a petty system besides. Will it not be necessary for this system to plant itself between two mortal hatreds, lest its own creation should immediately collapse? Will it not be obliged to desire the perpetuation of the petty state system of Europe? We homeless ones are too diverse and mixed in race and descent, as "modern men," and are consequently little tempted to participate in the falsified race self-admiration and lewdness which at present displays themselves in Germany, as signs of German sentiment, and which strike one as doubly false and unbecoming in the people with the "historical sense." We are, in a word, and it shall be our word of honour, good Europeans, the heirs of Europe, the rich, over-wealthy heirs, also the too deeply pledged heirs of millenniums of European thought. As such, we have outgrown Christianity, and are disinclined to it, and just because we have grown out of it, because our forefathers were Christians uncompromising in their Christian integrity, who willingly sacrificed possessions and positions, blood and country, for the sake of their belief, we do the same. For what then? For our own unbelief? For all sorts of unbelief? Nay, ye know better than that, my friends. The hidden yea in you is stronger than all the nays and perhapses of which you and your age are sick. And when you are obliged to put out to sea, you immigrants, it is, once more, a faith which urges you thereto. 378. And once more grow clear. We, the generous and rich in spirit, who stand at the sides of the street like open fountains, and would hinder no one from drinking from us, we do not know, alas, how to defend ourselves when we should like to do so. We have no means of preventing ourselves being made turbid and dark. We have no means of preventing the age in which we live casting its "up-to-date rubbish" into us, nor of hindering filthy birds throwing their excrement, the boys their trash, and the fatigued resting travellers their misery, great and small, into us. But we do as we have always done. we take whatever is cast into us down into our depths. For we are deep, we do not forget, and once more grow clear. 379. The Fool's Interruption. It is not a misanthrope who has written this book. The hatred of men costs too dear today. To hate, as they formerly hated man, in the fashion of Timon, completely, without qualification, with all the heart, from the pure love of hatred. For that purpose one should have to renounce contempt. And how much refined pleasure, how much patience, how much benevolence even, do we owe to contempt? Moreover, we are thereby the "elect of God." Refined contempt is our taste and privilege, our art, our virtue perhaps. We, the most modern among the moderns. Hatred, on the contrary, makes equal. It puts man face to face. In hatred there is honour. Finally, in hatred there is fear, quite a large amount of fear. We fearless ones, however, we, the most intellectual men of the period, know our advantage well enough to live without fear, as the most intellectual persons of this age. People will not easily behead us, shut us up, or banish us. They will not even ban or burn our books. The age loves intellect. It loves us, and needs us, even when we have to give to it to understand that we are artists in despising. That all intercourse with men is something of a horror to us. That with all our gentleness, patience, humanity and courteousness, we cannot persuade our nose to abandon its prejudice against the proximity of man, that we love nature the more, the less humanly things are done by her, and that we love art when it is the flight of the artist from man, or the raillery of the artist at man, or the raillery of the artist at himself. 380. The Wanderer speaks. In order, for once, to get a glimpse of our European morality from a distance, in order to compare it with the other earlier or future moralities, we must do as a traveller who wants to know the height of the towers of a city. For that purpose he leaves the city. Thoughts concerning moral prejudices, if they are not to be prejudices concerning prejudices, presuppose a position outside of morality, some sort of world beyond good and evil, to which one must ascend, climb or fly, and in the given case at any rate, a position beyond our good and evil, an emancipation from all "Europe" understood as a sum of inviolable valuations, which have become part and parcel of our flesh and blood. That one wants, in fact, to get outside or aloft, is perhaps a sort of madness, a peculiarly unreasonable "thou must," for even we thinkers have our idiosyncrasies of "unfree will." The question is whether one can really get there. That may depend on manifold conditions. In the main it is a question of how light or how heavy we are, the problem of our "specific gravity." One must be very light in order to impel one's will to knowledge to such a distance, and as it were beyond one's age, in order to create eyes for oneself for the survey of millenniums, and a pure heaven in these eyes besides. One must have freed oneself from many things by which we Europeans of today are oppressed, hindered, held down, and made heavy. The man of such a "beyond," who wants to get even in sight of the highest standards of worth of his age, must first of all, surmount, this age in himself. It is a test of his power, and consequently not only his age, but also his past aversion and opposition to his age, his suffering caused by his age, his unseasonableness, his romanticism. 381. The question of intelligibility. One not only wants to be understood when one writes, but also, quite certainly, not to be understood. It is by no means an objection to a book when someone finds it unintelligible. Perhaps this might just have been the intention of its author. Perhaps did he not want to be understood by "anyone"? A distinguished intellect and taste, when it wants to communicate its thoughts, always selects its hearers. By selecting them, it at the same time closes its barriers against "the others." It is there that all the more refined laws of style have their origin. They at the same time keep off, they create distance, they prevent "access" intelligibility, as we have said, while they open the ears of those who are acoustically related to them. And to say it, between ourselves and with reference to my own case, I do not desire that either my ignorance or the vivacity of my temperament should prevent me from being understood by you, my friends. I certainly do not desire that my vivacity should have that effect, however much it may impel me to arrive quickly at an object, in order to arrive at it at all. For I think it best to do with profound problems as with a cold bath, quickly in, quickly out. That one does not thereby get down into the depths, that one does not get deep enough down, is a superstition of the hydrophobic, the enemies of cold water. They speak without experience. Oh, the great cold makes one quick. And let me ask by the way, is it a fact that a thing has been misunderstood and unrecognized when it has only been touched upon in passing, glanced at, flashed at? Must one absolutely sit upon it in the first place? Must one have brooded on it as on an egg? Dinu noctuique incubando, as Newton said of himself? At least there are truths of a peculiar shyness and ticklishness which one can only get hold of suddenly and in no other way, which one must either take by surprise or leave alone. Finally, my brevity has still another value. On those questions which preoccupy me, I must say a great deal briefly, in order that it may be heard yet more briefly. For as immoralist, one has to take care lest one ruins innocence. I mean the asses and old maids of both sexes, who get nothing from life but their innocence. Moreover, my writings are meant to fill them with enthusiasm, to elevate them, to encourage them to virtue. I should be at a loss to know of anything more amusing than to see enthusiastic old asses and maids moved by the sweet feelings of virtue, and "that have I seen," spake Zarathustra. So much with respect to brevity. The matter stands worse as regards my ignorance, of which I make no secret to myself. There are hours in which I am ashamed of it. To be sure, there are likewise hours in which I am ashamed of this shame. Perhaps we philosophers, all of us, are badly placed at present with regard to knowledge. Science is growing. The most learned of us are on the point of discovering that we know too little. But it would be worse still if it were otherwise. If we knew too much, our duty is and remains, first of all, not to get into confusion about ourselves, We are different from the learned, although it cannot be denied that amongst other things we are also learned. We have different needs, a different growth, a different digestion. We need more. We need also less. There is no formula as to how much an intellect needs for its nourishment. If, however, its taste be in the direction of independence, rapid coming and going, travelling, and perhaps adventure for which only the swiftest are qualified, it prefers rather to live free on poor fare than to be unfree and plethoric. Not fat, but the greatest suppleness and power is what a good dancer wishes from his nourishment. And I know not what the spirit of a philosopher would like better than to be a good dancer. For the dance is his ideal, and also his art, in the end likewise his sole piety, his "divine service." 382. Great Healthiness. We, the new, the nameless, the hard to understand, we firstlings of a yet untried future, we require for a new end also a new means, namely, a new healthiness, stronger, sharper, tougher, bolder, and merrier than any healthiness hitherto. He whose soul longs to experience the whole range of hitherto recognised values and desirabilities, and to circumnavigate all coasts of this ideal Mediterranean Sea, who, from the adventures of his most personal experience, wants to know how it feels to be a conqueror and discoverer of the ideal, as likewise how it is with the artist, the saint, the legislator, the sage, the scholar, the devotee, the prophet, and the godly nonconformist of the old style, requires one thing above all for that purpose: great healthiness. Such healthiness as one not only possesses, but also constantly acquires and must acquire, because one continually sacrifices it again, and must sacrifice it. And now, after having been long on the way in this fashion, we Argonauts of the ideal, who are more courageous perhaps than prudent, and often enough shipwrecked and brought to grief, nevertheless, as said above, healthier than people would like to admit, dangerously healthy, always healthy again, it would seem, as if in recompense for it all, that we have still an undiscovered country before us, the boundary of which no one has yet seen, a beyond all countries and corners of the ideal known hitherto, a world so over-rich in the beautiful, the strange, the questionable, the frightful, and the divine, that our curiosity as well as our thirst for possession thereof has got out of hand. Alas! that nothing will now any longer satisfy us. How could we still be content with the man of the present day after such peeps, with such a craving in our conscience and consciousness? What a pity! But it is unavoidable that we should look on the worthiest aims and hopes of man of the present day with an ill-concealed amusement, and perhaps should no longer look at them. Another ideal runs on before us, a strange, tempting ideal, full of danger, to which we should not like to persuade anyone, because we do not so readily acknowledge anyone's right thereto. The ideal of a spirit who plays naively (that is to say, involuntarily, and from overflowing abundance and power) with everything that has hitherto been called holy, good, inviolable, divine, to whom the loftiest conception which the people have reasonably made their measure of value would already imply danger, ruin, abasement, or at least relaxation, blindness, or temporary self-forgetfulness. The ideal of a humanly superhuman welfare and benevolence, which may often enough appear inhuman. For example, when put by the side of all past seriousness on earth, and in comparison with all past solemnities in bearing, word, tone, look, morality, and pursuit, as their truest involuntary parody, but with which, nevertheless, perhaps the great seriousness only commences, the proper interrogation mark is set up, the fate of the soul changes, the hour hand moves, and tragedy begins. 383. Epilogue. While I slowly finish the painting of this sombre interrogation mark, and am still inclined to remind my readers of the virtue of right reading. Oh, what forgotten and unknown virtues! It comes to pass that the wickedest, merriest, gnome-like laughter resounds around me. The spirits of my book themselves pounce upon me, pull me by the ears, and call me to order. We cannot endure it any longer, they shout at me. Away, away with this raven black music! Is it not clear morning around us? And green, soft ground and turf, the domain of the dance? Was there ever a better hour in which to be joyful? Who will sing us a song, a morning song, so sunny, so light, so fledged that it will not scare the tantrums, but will rather invite them to take part in the singing and dancing? And better a simple rustic bagpipe than such weird sounds, such toad croakings, grave voices, and marmot pipings, with which you have hitherto regaled us in your wilderness, Mr. Anchorite and musician of the future. No, not such tones. But let us strike up a thing more agreeable and more joyful. You would like to have it so, my impatient friends? Well, who would not willingly accord with your wishes? My bagpipe is waiting, and my voice also. It may sound a little hoarse, take it as it is. Don't forget we are in the mountains. But what you will hear is at least new. And if you do not understand it, if you misunderstand the singer, what does it matter? That has always been, quote, the singer's curse, unquote. Translator's footnote, title of the well-known poem of Uhland, end footnote. So much the more distinctly can you hear his music and melody, so much the better also can you dance to his piping. Would you like to do that? End of Book 5th. We Fearless Ones. Appendix. Songs of Prince Free as a Bird. To Goethe. The undecaying is but thy label, God the betraying is poet's fable. Our aims are all thwarted by the world wheel's blind roll. Doom, say the downhearted, sport, say the fool. The world's sport all ruling mingles false with true. The eternal fooling makes us play too. Translator's footnote. This poem is a parody of the Chorus Mysticus, which concludes the second part of Goethe's Faust. Bayard Taylor's translation of the passage in Faust runs as follows. All things transitory, but as symbols are sent, earth's insufficiency here grows to event, the indescribable here it is done, the woman's soul leadeth us upward and on. The Poet's Call. As 'neath a shady tree I sat after long toil to take my pleasure, I hear a tapping pit-a-pat beat prettily in rhythmic measure. Though first I scowled, my face set hard, the sound at length my sense entrapping, forced me to speak like any bard, and keep true time unto the tapping. As I made verses, never stopping, each syllable the bird went after, keeping time with dainty hopping, I burst into unmeasured laughter. What, you a poet? You a poet? Can your brains truly so addled be? Yes, yes, good sir, you are a poet, chirped out the pecker, mocking me. What doth me to these words entice? The chance to give some thief a trouncing? A saw, an image? Ha! In a trice my rhyme is on it, swiftly pouncing. All things that creep or crawl the poet weaves in his word loom cunningly. Yes, yes, good sir, you are a poet, chirped out the pecker, mocking me. Like to an arrow methinks a verse is, see how it quivers, pricks and smarts when shot full straight, no tender mercies, into the reptile's nobler parts. Wretches, you die at the hand of the poet, or stagger like men that have drunk too free. Yes, yes, good sir, you are a poet, chirped out the pecker, mocking me. So they go hurrying, stanzas malign, drunken words with a clattering banging, till the whole company, line on line, all on the rhythmic chain are hanging. Has he really a cruel heart, your poet? Are there fiends who rejoice the slaughter to see? Yes, yes, good sir, you are a poet, chirped out the pecker, mocking me. So you jested me, bird, with your scornful graces, so sore indeed is the plight of my head. And my heart, you say, in yet sorrier cases? Beware, for my wrath is a thing to dread. Yet e'en in the hour of his wrath the poet rhymes you and sings with the self-same glee. Yes, yes, good sir, you are a poet, chirped out the pecker, mocking me. In the South. I swing on the bough and rest my tired limbs in a nest, in the rocking home of a bird, wherein I perch as his guest in the South. I gaze on the ocean asleep, on the purple sail of a boat, on the harbour and tower steep, on the rocks that stand out of the deep in the South. For I could no longer stay, to crawl in slow German way, so I called to the birds, bade the wind lift me up and bear me away to the South. No reasons for me, if you please. Their end is too dull and too plain, but a pair of wings and a breeze, with courage and health and ease, and games that chase disease from the South. Wise thoughts can move without sound, but I've songs that I can't sing alone, so birdies, pray gather around, and listen to what I've found in the South. You are merry lovers, and false and gay, in frolics and sport you pass the day, whilst in the North I shudder to say, I worshipped a woman, hideous and grey, her name was Truth, so I heard them say, but I left her there, and flew away to the South. Footnote, translated by Miss M. D. Peter, inserted by permission of the editor of The Nation, in which it appeared on April 17th, 1909. End footnote. Beppo the Pious. While beauty in my face is, be piety my care, for God, you know, loves lasses, and more than all, the fair. And if yon hapless monkling is fain with me to live, like many another monkling, God surely will forgive. No grey old priestly devil, but young, with cheeks aflame, who e'en when sick with revel can jealous be and blame. To greybeards I'm a stranger, and he, too, hates the old. Of God, the world arranger, the wisdom here behold. The church has ken of living, and tests by heart and face, to me she'll be forgiving. Who will not show me grace? I lisp with petty halting, I curtsy, bid good day, and with the fresh defaulting I wash the old away. Praise be this man God's guerdon, who loves all maidens fair, and his own heart can pardon the sin he planted there. While beauty in my face is, with piety I'll stand. When age has killed my graces, let Satan claim my hand. The Boat of Mystery. Yestereve, when all things slept, scarce a breeze to stir the lane, I a restless vigil kept, nor from pillows sleep could gain, nor from poppies, nor, most sure, of opiates, a conscience pure. Thoughts of rest I gain forswear, rose and walked along the strand, found, in warm and moonlit air, man and boat upon the sand, drowsy both, and drowsily did the boat put out to sea. Passed an hour or two perchance, or a year, then thought and sensed vanished in the engulfing trance of a vast indifference. Fathomless, abysses dread opened, then the vision fled. Morning came, becalmed, the boat rested on the purple flood. What had happened? Every throat shrieked the question. Was there blood? Naught had happened. On the swell we had slumbered, oh, so well. An avowal of love, paren, during which, however, the poet fell into a pit. End paren. O marvel! There he flies, cleaving the sky with wings unmoved. What force impels him, bids him rise? What curb restrains him? Where's his goal, his course? Like stars and time etern he liveth now in heights that life forswore, nor envy's self doth spurn. A lofty flight were't, even to see him soar. O albatross, great bird, speeding me upward ever through the blue, I thought of her, was stirred to tears unending, yea, I love her true. Song of a Theocritian Goatherd. Here I lie, my bowels sore, hosts of bugs advancing, yonder lights and romp and roar. What's that sound? They're dancing. At this instant she so prated, stealthily she met me. Like a faithful dog I've waited, not a sign to greet me. She promised, made the cross sign too. Could her vows be hollow? Or runs she after all that woo, like the goats I follow? Whence your silken gown, my maid? Ah, you'd fain be haughty, yet perchance you've proved a jade with some satyr naughty. Waiting long, the lovelorn rite is filled with rage and poison. Even so on sultry night toadstools grow in foison. Pinching sore in devil's mood, love doth plague my crupper. Truly I can eat no food, farewell, onion supper. Seaward sinks the moon away, the stars are wan and flare not. Dawn approaches, gloomy, grey, let death come, I care not. Souls that lack determination. Souls that lack determination rouse my wrath to white-hot flame, all their glories but vexation, all their praise but self-contempt and shame. Since I baffle their advances, will not clutch their leading string, They would wither me with glances bitter-sweet, and hopeless envy sting. Let them with fell curses shiver, curl their lip the livelong day. Seek me as they will, for ever helplessly their eyes will go astray. The Fool's Dilemma. Ah, what I wrote on board and wall with foolish heart, in foolish scrawl, I meant but for their decoration. But you say, fool's abomination, both board and wall require purgation, and let no trace our eyes appall. Well, I will help you as I can, for sponge and broom are my vocation, as critic and as waterman. But when the finished work I scan, I am glad to see each learned owl with wisdom board and wall defoul. Remus Remedium, paren, or a consolation to sick poets, end paren. From thy moist lips, O time, thou which, beslavering me, hour upon hour too slowly drips in vain, I cry, in frenzies fit, a curse upon that yawning pit, a curse upon eternity! The world's of brass, a fiery bullock deaf to wail, Pain's dagger pierces my cuirass, winged, and writes upon my bone, bowels and heart the world hath none, why scourge her sins with anger's flail? Poor poppies now, pour venom, fever on my brain, too long you test my hand and brow, what you ask, what reward is paid? A malediction on you, jade, and your disdain. No, I retract, 'tis cold, I hear the rain importune. Fever, I'll soften, show my tact. Here's gold, a coin, see it gleam! Shall I with blessings on you beam, call you good fortune? The door opes wide, and raindrops on my bed are scattered, the lights blown out, woes multiplied. He that hath not 100 rhymes, I wager, on this doldrum times, will see him shattered. My bliss. Once more, Saint Mark, thy pigeons meet my gaze. The square lies still, in slumbering morning mood. In soft, cool air I fashion idle lays, speeding them skyward like a pigeon's brood, and then recall my minions to tie fresh rhymes upon thy willing pinions. My bliss, my bliss! Calm heaven, roof of azure silkiness, guarding with shimmering haze yon house divine, thee house I love, fear, envy, I confess, and gladly will I suck out thy soul of thine. Should I give back the prize? Ask not great pasture ground for human eyes, my bliss, my bliss! Stern belfry, rising as with lions leap, share from the soil in easy victory, that fillest the square with peal resounding, deep. Wert thou in French that square's accent aigu? Were I for ages set in earth like thee, I know what silk mesh net, my bliss, my bliss! Hence, music! First let darker shadows come, and grow, and merge into brown, mellow night. 'Tis early for your pealing, ere the domes sparkle in roseate glory, gold bedelight. While yet 'tis day, there's time for strolling, lonely muttering, forging rhyme, my bliss, my bliss! Columbus redivivus. Thither I'll travel, that's my notion, I trust myself, my grip, where opens wide and blue the ocean, I ply my Genoa ship. New things on new the world unfolds to me, time, space with noonday die, Alone thy monstrous eye beholds me, awful infinity. Sils Maria. Here sat I waiting, waiting but for naught, beyond all good and evil, now by light wrought to joy, now by dark shadows. All was leisure, all lake, all noon, all time sans aim, sans measure. Then one dear friend was swiftly changed to twain, and Zarathustra left my teeming brain. A dancing song to the mistral wind, wildly rushing, clouds outleaping, care destroying, heaven sweeping. Mistral wind, thou art my friend. Surely 'twas one womb did bear us, surely 'twas one fate did pair us, fellows for a common end. From the crags I gaily greet you, running fast I come to meet you, dancing while you pipe and sing. How you bound across the ocean, unimpeded, free in motion, swifter than with boat or wing. Through my dreams your whistle sounded, down the rocky stairs I bounded to the golden ocean wall, saw you hasten swift and glorious, like a river, strong, victorious, tumbling in a waterfall. Saw you rushing over heaven with your steeds so wildly driven, saw the car in which you flew, saw the lash that wheeled and quivered, while the hand that held it shivered, urging on the steeds anew. Saw you from the chariot swinging, so that swifter downward springing, like an arrow you might go straight down into deep abysses, as a sunbeam falls and kisses roses in the morning glow. Dance, oh, dance on all the edges, wave crests, cliffs and mountain ledges, ever finding dances new. Let our knowledge be our gladness, let our art be sport and madness. All that's joyful shall be true. Let us snatch from every bower, as we pass, the fairest flower, with some leaves to make a crown. Then, like minstrels gaily dancing, saint and witch together prancing, let us foot it up and down. Those who come must move as quickly as the wind, we'll have no sickly, crippled, withered in our crew. Off with hypocrites and preachers, proper folk and prosy teachers, sweep them from our heaven blue. Sweep away all sad grimaces, whirl the dust into the faces of the dismal sick and cold. Hunt them from our breezy places, not for them the wind that braces, but for men of visage bold. Off with those who spoil earth's gladness, blow away all clouds of sadness, tell our heaven clear we see. Let me hold thy hand, best fellow, tell my joy like tempest bellow, freest thou of spirits free. When thou partest, take a token of the joy thou hast awoken. Take our wreath and fling it far, toss it up and catch it never, whirl it on before thee ever, till it reach the furthest star. End of The Joyful Wisdom by Friedrich Nietzsche. Translated by Thomas Common. Poetry rendered by Paul V. Cohen and Maud D. Peter.